Architectural Builder's Supply is pleased to present you with this recording of the technical question that is listed in the title of this video.
This call may be monitored and recorded for quality assurance.
Learned a lot, and I really appreciate that. So figured for these purchases, I thought I'd see if maybe you could supply it for my new construction house here in Austin.
What material are you looking at?
Yeah, so here's the situation. So it's a new home, and they're putting in custom steel doors. And my thought of being a cybersecurity guy and kind of wanting to have a bit of a nerdy kind of cool aspect to the house, I was thinking about doing this Ubiquity access control system for the home, using a combination of their Protect camera system as well as their door access control, which literally just came out of beta here a couple days ago, but essentially simply just can control electric strikes, right? And so, so then it just kind of raises this question, okay, well then on all these doors, what do I do for an electric strike system that is going to be the right system? And I should say it's doors, but then it's also the front gate for the driveway, which is going to have both a gate that you could drive through, but then it'll also have on that gate, there'll be a person pass through, with my thought would be an electric strike there as well, so that, maybe with a keypad and some other control so that, Amazon could just punch a code, pop through that gate, and then leave a package at the front door type thing. So that's kind of where I'm at in this process. I did a little bit of research on electric strikes. I called a bunch of, I was telling the other guy I just spoke with, the journey I went on, I called a bunch of the off-obloy dealers in Austin here. And unfortunately, I don't know if just people don't want money or what the case is, but I left, messages, hey, call me back, I'd like to buy these strikes. But I've yet to hear anything back from anyone, and it's been 2 weeks now. I've left several messages on several security companies. Maybe everyone's just so busy or something, I don't know, but that's why I resorted to watching YouTube videos and thinking, hey, I'll just buy these and install them myself.
Yeah. Well, electric strikes are okay. There might be a more elegant way to do it. So the first question is, when it comes to electric strikes, is what lock are you using?
Well, and so that is where I have some flexibility. Because these doors, in fact, I have a drawing here, I can share it with you, of the front door, but it's basically just, I can tell the door builder guy, like, hey, this is what I want to put in here. So, at this point, any suggestions you have would be awesome.
Oh, well, I don't have a specific suggestion in the sense of, knowing what you would like to have on your home. The question as it pertains to me is, you have the type of electric strike that you use is directly related to the type of lock and the composition of the frame and the behavior that you want out of the strike. So, give me an idea of what lock you were going to put on the door.
Well, yeah. So what I was thinking, and do you have an email address are you at a computer? I could shoot you in a picture quick.
Yes to the former, no to the latter. No, actually, I can be there. Yeah, I can log into it. So my email is the word sales, SALES.
Yep.
At A as in architectural, B as in builders, supply, SUPPLY.
Okay.
.net.
.net. The construction project. Just going to send this over here. Okay. Attach. All right, should be coming through.
Got it.
So this is the front door that you're going to look at here. The other doors, though, are very similar. They're just not they're not as grand of a scale as this one is, just from a size point of view. But there's still a steel frame door. This one happens to be surrounded by glass windows as well, and then you can see the kind of steel framing in between. What they were originally planning on this door is just having this door be this kind of giant door with a big handle, and then it just having a deadbolt. And then as far as like it's staying shut without the deadbolt latch, they're just doing these little like their initial proposal to me was just to do these little like roller wheel things, that like are on the side of the door, on the left side of the door, on the frame, that just basically just kind of hold the door closed when you just shut it without latching the deadbolt, So my thought was maybe putting, I guess, and this, again, keep in mind, right, I'm very new to this, but my initial thought was maybe on the entry side, I do a door handle with I guess it'd be maybe called a mortise lock, like a normal like handle that you rotate, and then it, has a little thing that, like a normal door latch has, right? Like on every door. But the handle only be on the inside. So like if you're inside the house, you could just turn the handle and open the door if the deadbolt wasn't sprung. But on the outside of the door, if you were outside and the door was shut, if the electric strike was engaged, or rather it was not, you didn't swipe in, then the electric strike would be there. You couldn't push the door open, right? Even with the deadbolt not thrown, because and you don't have a handle, so you can't control anything, or you don't have the handle on the outside of the door anyway. So you basically have to use the electric strike then to activate and then push the door open from then on. Does it make sense?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. So you're going to be able to come in with a credential from the exterior, but there's going to be a key override on the outside as well?
Well, I was thinking no key override on the outside, but we could do that, right? I'm sure they make like a mortise lock that doesn't have a handle, but just has a keyhole. And then if you use the key, you could maybe still rotate it and unlock the mortise lock, and then you push the door open, then bypass the electric strike essentially, Well,
you can do it any way you like. The reason I ask is because the question becomes is how will you get in the event that the power is out or the strike malfunctions?
Yeah, I mean, then I would just go through the garage. I mean, I think that was my thought is like, it's not like this is mission critical or, you know what I mean? Like, in worst case, the other thing is the house is going to have Tesla solar, plus battery backup for 2 days, plus the UPS on the system here. If it's a power related thing, it'd be highly unlikely that the electric strike loses power, but certainly a malfunction is a very fair point.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is you'll need a way to get in case there's an emergency. If you don't leave yourself a way in, then you won't be getting in. Coming through the garage, if it's an overhead only, So you could put a key out there or not. However, where are you going to install the switch? So we've got 4 components to a circuit, right? We've got the switch, conductor, power source, and then the load. Where are you going to put the switch?
Yeah. So the badge reader is going to go right to the right as you're looking here, and I've already run. It's a PoE badge reader. I've already run Ethernet for that, so that's already there.
Okay.
And then that's going to go to the Ubiquiti hub, which is this little access control hub, which has, that's where all the relay and the switching and all that stuff takes place. So that's going to go back in the network closet. And then I'm running a 16 gauge, 2-wire, 16 stranded wire, 16 gauge that's going to go to the right side of this door, and then I'm working with the door company to route it through the frame of the door so that I can be over at the electric strike point on the other side of the frame there.
What you'll want to have them do is give them 20 feet of wire or 12 feet of wire and have them do it while they're building the unit so that it's already in there, and obviously to weld conduit in there while they're doing it. Run actual conduit through all of that. So at that point, the reason it's important to know the lock is because if you've got 10 pounds of sausage, you got to have the right size bag. With a mortise lock, the projection of its latch bolt is 3/4 inch. So we have to have a strike that will accept the 3/4 inch throw latch. If you go with a off-the-shelf Home Depot, Schlage, now it's a 1/2 inch throw, so it's a very different strike. I would be a fan of suggesting something that we would call grade 1, which means it's the highest grade, by either. I happen to like Von Duprin strikes. Folger Atom is very good. There are others that are very good as well. You put it in, you forget about it. It's going to last for decades, especially in a residential application. So you get yourself a grade 1 strike that's going to be $350, $400, $500 range. You can also do strikes that are going to be half of that. And the only thing that changes is the duty rating. And then your lock, key outside or not, you can do a mortise body. You can do trim on the inside only. It can have a deadbolt. You can have a thumb turn on the inside. When you hit the lever on the inside, it can retract the latch and the deadbolt for what we would call the emergency egress. You could put that cool 48-inch ladder pull on the door as well. We sell those by Rockwood, who is an ASA, Abloy company. And if you want to dive into the world of awesome pulls, definitely go to my Rockwood page in the site and pull up the architectural pulls. Just the coolest stuff you're going to find. I mean, then outside of that...
I'm searching right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rockwood. I just searched Rockwood on your search bar. Is there somewhere better to go to find that page?
Click the first one. I'm gonna navigate you there.
First, the access panels, or first result.
Type Rockwood in the search box, top center.
Yep.
The very first item that comes up is a Rockwood number 10-10BE. Click on that item.
Yep.
Then when that page loads, on the right side, there's a map of the United States. To the left of it, it says more from Rockwood.
Oh, yeah.
Please click that. That's going to take about 12 seconds to load because it's hitting the database for probably 750,000 products.
Oh, wow.
So while we're waiting for that to load, what some other people... Now, you were mentioning initially what we would call roller latches. You are definitely going to, I would think, if you don't go with a mortise lock concept, you would want a roller latch and then just a deadbolt alone. But you could have a slam-style deadbolt, but with those, you're going to have a key on the outside. A mortise lock case will be the most expensive lock way to go, but it will also be the most elegant because of the footprint of a mortise case, the cassette. There's so much real estate available that functions can be, dozens of functions can be created. However, what is the width of that style on your door?
I don't know, actually. It's a good question. I was going to ask that too. I think it's fairly wide.
So we're going to need for sure a 5-inch, and 5.5 would be better. Otherwise, we got to go with a different lock. Now, I see that so before I go back to the Rockwood page, another thing that you could consider doing, and these are fail-safe, and you may not be okay with fail-safe, meaning in the absence of power, it's unlocked, but you've got some backup. Well, just to throw it out there, if you've really got the battery power, you could do a magnetic lock. And you could do a shear style magnetic lock and install that up into the top rail, and you don't see nothing.
Huh.
The problem with
That's
that,
a cool
though,
idea. Yeah.
It's a cool idea. The problem with that, though, is you've got to think about what's my operational description when it comes to egress? What do I do to get out? Do I put a sensor?
Yeah.
Do I put a switch? Do I put a push button? Generally, in those instances, in code, you're going to have a sensor on the inside that you can move the sensor, but if the cat walks in front of it, the door's unlocked. So that may or may not work for your application, but very cool because it's thoroughly concealed. Now, on the Rockwood page, there is a video in the center. If you look at the column of links that are below and to the left, the third from the bottom says Rockwood 2018 Architectural Door Pulls.
Yeah.
And that's the money when it comes to really cool poles. Architectural base materials, brass, bronze, stainless, aluminum, leather-wrapped, rubber-wrapped, wood, anything you want, these people can pretty much do. What you have to be mindful, though, of is when you put that pull handle on the door, you see where it's shown just in this simple sketch for concept. You're not going to stick your hand there and turn that key. You've got to think about getting that pull handle away from where a cylinder would be if there is one, and that's why they use offset pulls. So the next time you're at the mall and they got all the long ladder pulls on all the outside doors of, whatever the shops are, you'll notice they're all offset, or the ones that are correct are offset. So detail, but something you think about.
Well, and interestingly, I went to one of these other guys' houses, and that have the same door that this door builder built, and they made that mistake, which I was really surprised that the door builder made that mistake, because you couldn't access the deadbolt. Using the deadbolt was extremely challenging because the key was behind the pull. And I'm thinking these guys build doors, that's their company, and they couldn't get this right. What were they thinking? But
well, you know what it is in their defense, for fabricators like this, hardware is a means to an end. For me, hardware is the center of my universe. It is not a peripheral outer orbit concept. And that's the only reason I would know that sort of detail.
Gotcha.
So anyway.
Well, besides the pull, I guess I would love if you wouldn't mind making a recommendation of what, essentially latch handle system and electric strike that you recommend. Because candidly, it looked like going to Asa Abloy's website, they had 800 models or something crazy. I don't know. It was so many options. Yeah. I didn't even know which way was up.
Asa's got two electric strike companies. They've got Folger, Atom, and Hess. Hess I would avoid at all costs because I've had nothing but bad luck. But the name would be Folger, Folger, Atom, 2 words. And if you type that in and you just type it in my site, then get to an item, then go to its manufacturer's page. Anything by Folger Atom is going to be rock solid. They're a company that was outside of Chicago forever, and they build really nice strikes.
Gotcha.
Other than that, I would use Von Duprin, which would be the one I would. VON, new word, name actually, DUPRIN.
Okay, great.
But Folger Atom is the kind of stuff that you see in detention facilities. It's both of them, in fact.
Oh, wow. But you'd still use Von Duprin if you were going to pick one, right?
If I was going to pick one, I would use Von Duprin because, I've been using them for 3 decades, and a lot of reasons why I would use Von Duprin. Folger Atom is great. I would not use HES or Hess from ASA. I just wouldn't. If I've had 3 strikes fail, they've all been Hess. Although there's another company called Trine. They're in New York. They're a favorite of mine as well because they're small. The guy who answers tech support, he's super awesome. And they got a good quality product, and it's reasonably priced. But when it comes to taking a sledgehammer or something, I would put Von Duprin and Folger Atom at the top of the list.
Got it. Okay. Well, basically, I'm going to do exactly what you tell me to do. So I'm going to probably use the Von Duprin, and then
that's
the
what I would
aesthetics.
Use.
Yeah, aesthetics, wise, obviously it's the front door. And these other doors, I'm probably going to kind of mimic the same type of thing. So just going to multiply this out, but it's just, obviously we want this to be black, which I think I can just paint them, so that's probably fine, right? I think.
Black is the new chic finish nowadays, so they can probably do their strikes in black. Okay,
perfect. So I guess, but for the, just again, looking at the Von Duprins here, there's a lot of options and models and all that stuff. Do you have a specific recommendation? And I guess I know you're going to say, well, hey, it has to do with what your latch depth is and all that stuff, kind of figuring that piece out first. So I guess, would you recommend a latch, specifically for me as well that you think would fit well for this door? And then I can just do something similar for the others.
Well, so I would use a Schlage L series mortise block. Schlage's L series, that's what it is. You really have to find out the width of that style, though, because if it's going to be really petite, if I'm scaling this, I don't have my architect scale in my hand. If I'm scaling it by eye, it looks like it's going to be quite ample. So I wouldn't worry about it. But I'd use a Schlage L series. They're L9000 series. Because, again, great outfit, great caliber product. They've got a phenomenal tech support. So that's what I would use for that. But if you've got a weird back set, then I would probably look at a company called Accurate. Those guys are in Connecticut, and everything they do is, is really high quality, and they can do custom stuff. And I mean, they don't turn anything away. I had them make me a couple of mortise locks for the air traffic control tower at the International Airport in Qatar. And there were dual custody sort of locks where you needed two keys, just like you see in the movies in a nuclear silo. So they can do it, is the bottom line. If you've got a funny back set that you need, if you want to make that style smaller, they can do like a 2-inch back set on a mortise lock.
Got it. Okay. And I'm looking at them here. Looks like this Schlage L series would be pretty killer, especially if we can get it in black.
They could definitely do black. That's guaranteed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I think to your point in if we do a fail secure electric strike, and then on the outside, if it just had a little all you saw was a key turn that was in black, and you could turn that key, and then basically in the mortise lock, it would retract the deadbolt, and then allow you to open the door. Granted that the upper deadbolt was, that the upper deadbolt would not be part of the electric strike. That would just be like an additional kind of security layer if you wanted to throw the deadbolt. But does it make sense what I'm saying?
You could pack the deadbolt into the mortise case, and then you need an electric strike to go along with that will accept the bolt from the deadbolt portion. You would have to retract that, of course, before it worked. Having said that, my arch nemesis Hess has an all-in-one strike that will take both the latch and the bolt of a mortise lock, but I'm just not a fan. You could also consider doing away with the deadbolt in the sense that it complicates the electric strike. It makes it a much larger unit. You could also consider doing it as a separate item if you wanted to have security over that door only. The other thing you have to think about is keeping a 3-year-old from getting out. I don't know if you have a 3-year-old, but just reaching up and pulling on the lever can very likely allow someone to just exit. That may be no problem for you. Or you might have a dog, that reach up and get their paw in there, then the door is going to be unlatched. So thinking about that as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it was your house, are we headed in the right direction here? What would you do? I don't have a dog. I do have kittens, but they're probably not going to get
So the question is, let's to answer that question, how are you hanging this door? What hardware are you using for hinges?
I'm not sure. I expect this is this custom door builder, this Olympus company. I think I don't know what they use, but I'm sure it's some heavy. The door has got to be ridiculously heavy with a big sheet of glass in there, and it's a pretty big door. I think it's 10 feet or something like that, so it's not. Yeah,
you might want to ask them for a cut sheet of what they plan on using, because you may not want just regular hinges. You might want something concealed. So if I was going to detail this opening, I would personally, I would use concealed hinges. I would, like a SOSS, SOSS is a company that I would consider because you don't see them. I would very likely use I would personally use a Schlage. The part number is a B250, which is a slam style deadbolt. It's a bolt, but it's a latching style, and it's minimalistic on both sides of the door. It will have a thumb turn on the inside. I would probably put a pair of poles on the door back to back, so I had a way to manipulate this heavy door safely, so I could push it closed, pull it open on both sides. The size of that and whether it's straight or offset would be based on what the designer would say. And other than that, I'd probably would leave it at that. And the other thing about the people who are building it, I would have lengthy conversation how they plan on weather stripping this, because guys who do this fabrication, they don't only miss the offset poles, but they really flounder when it comes to sealing it. Because you're in Austin, you've got temperatures, you've got scorpions. Okay, you don't probably have much snow, but you got other things you want to keep out. So I would have conversation about, okay, how are we going to gasket this puppy? Do you guys sell good gasket systems? I mean, it would probably have to be custom made, I guess, for this, right? Well, the answer is yes to the former. I'd have to see actual technical drawings of cross sections and see how they're doing it, because I'm not a huge fan of using self-adhesive material. That's okay for now. That's okay for a year or two. Well, what about 5 years when all that stuff is coming off? Well, here you come having to figure out what the heck to do because now water's coming in. I would actually showcase front and center the conversation about how we're going to gasket this beautiful door, because you'll own that problem when you go to sell the house. Got it. Good point. So I would have that conversation, but yeah, we sell the best weather stripping that the industry offers. The best company, Zero, Z-E-R-O, and then another one called Reese. I personally am a fan of Reese because they're no nonsense and great thick extrusions on the aluminum. And so I'd basically want to work with you on the Reese gasket system for this door. Then is that what you're saying? Well, you'll need a way to gasket it, and I happen to sell gasketing. Would like to know how they're going to build, all of that steel structure in order to, make accommodation to put gasketing on it. You'll need something. And if you're still at the design phase, we might be in a position to be able to say, okay, great, change the cross section of the stiles and top rail to this look so that a concealed gasketing can be used. If we have that option to hide the stuff where you can easily perform maintenance on it down the road, you'd prefer to do that. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I know these ornamental gate guys. I know them all. They they don't put a lot of thought into the gasketing. Yeah, no, I think it's a really good tip. And then I guess back on the B250 deadbolt, slam deadbolt style, so are you saying you would not use the Schlage L series mortise block? This is completely subjective. I would go with a very minimalistic look. However, you will, in a long-term sense, find a better experience actually using the hardware with an L9000 because that latch is going to interface with the electric strike better than a guarded latch bolt. So if you think about a regular latch bolt and you put your finger on it and push it in, well, there's a little tab behind it. And if you hold that tab depressed and then try to push the latch in, it won't go in. That's the guarded functionality of a latch bolt. Schlage mortise blocks and all mortise blocks that are keyed have the same functionality, but they put the guard bolt in a different area so that you are not asking the electric strike to receive the latch bolt, but to hold back the guarded portion. They're a little trickier with electric strikes. The final dimensional properties have to be spot on for that stuff. And plus, because of the shape of the front of the latch bolt and its curvature, you'll actually have to push the door closed, whereas with an L9000, because of the shape of the latch, will more elegantly latch on its own with very little force. So got it. Huh. So I guess the advantage of the B250 idea is just it's more minimal. It's just easier install. We just put a hole and we're good basically. And whereas this mortise block thing, if we don't have 5 inches, first of all, is a problem. But 2, it's going to be it's a big area. We got to cut that whole area out of the door to put this thing in, right? And well, you do make a large prep, but what's the gauge of the steel that they're using? I have no idea. That's another good question. So it's probably substantial. I wouldn't worry about removing that much of this tube steel. It's probably going to be pretty awesome. Yeah. Okay. Well, cool. Well, I think this gives me a really good info. Why don't we, Richard, if it's okay,
I guess let me, you give me a good points to go back to this door company with. Let me try to get all this info from them and then hit you back with, hey, I think this is what we want to buy, is this whole combination of things, and we can figure out how to do that. Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
Cool. Do you happen to sell wire, by the way? Like 16 gauge wire that I would run for this electric strike back to the network closet?
So we do sell wire, but the spool lengths are, and I'm not the product manager for that stuff, but I'm thinking it's 2,500 feet. Ridiculous spool sizes is the only way that we actually sell wire that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah, might do something a little less than that.
Right.
Cool. All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. This is super helpful, and I'll email you here after I get this info back from them.
Yeah, I'd like to I'd like to hear how it goes, but the first thing is show me how you're going to gasket this. That's the first conversation I would have.
Okay. Good
Cool.
Good tip. All right, man. Thanks again.
My pleasure. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
All right. See ya. Bye.
If you are enjoying this video, please click thumbs up or like, and also please consider subscribing to our channel. Let's move on to the rest of the video.
To the door guy just minutes ago, and there wasn't enough time to bring you in, I didn't know how to. I actually didn't see your phone number here until just now. But here's what he kind of said. I sent him some of those pictures and kind of said, hey, what about this mortise style lock, or what about we put this, what if we do this electric bolt, system that's even, leaner on the door side. We'd have to run cable through the door, low voltage cable through the door, all this kind of stuff. And essentially what he said was just, he's like, look, happy to try to accommodate anything. His point was, this is a really massive steel door with, big sheet of glass in the middle. And we'd have to gift the hardware, like the electric strike or the really more things on the door side than on the frame side, because he explained how the frame is going to work here as well. I'll explain that in a minute. But he said, we'd have to ship it to Mexico where the doors are being made, and then they would have to basically install it there and make sure they could integrate it in the door. And he's concerned. He was like, look, some of these, like this mortise style, I'm a little concerned that it'll really work like you think and work properly with a steel door like this. I understand in like wood doors or other things that it might be okay, but he's just concerned of how it would work and how they would install it, that type of thing. So that was his kind of general concern. And so then on the frame side, just to give you some perspective of kind of the electric strike side of it, because, if you remember back, that picture was kind of 4 big pieces of glass, right, in a grid, and then the lower right corner is the door, right, which is another big sheet of glass, right, if you remember the picture. Well, between the door and the left sheet of glass is a 2x6 that is basically on edge, and it's between those two things. So that 2x6 is what the door would latch into, or the deadbolt would latch into if you use the deadbolt on that door, And so in theory, I think we could probably fit an electric strike in that 2x6, I think. You'd have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that might work. I guess I need to see what that 2x6 really looks like, and he was going to maybe show me an example of that tomorrow. And so I'm going to try to go to his
He just sent you
showroom.
shot drawings.
Yeah, I know. He didn't have that of that 2x6. Maybe I can try to get it of that 2x6. That's a good point. Maybe I asked him for that. But anyway, so that's what he kind of, that's what that side looks like. And then the hinges, I asked him about that. He said they're barrel hinges. And I'm not sure what exactly that, maybe that makes more sense to you, but that's what he said he's planning to use. And they're doing, as far as the gasket or weatherproofing the door, he said they're just using weather stripping. And he's like, we've used that for 20 years on doors. And he said it's been fine, But so with all that information, I thought maybe you'd have a good how we attack this.
Well, just because it's been done that way, to go in reverse order, just because it's been done that way for 20 years doesn't mean it works. The fact of the matter is, I'm sure that he's done it for 20 years, and I've supplied weather stripping to people with wrought iron structures for weather stripping for 20 years, and I know there are no elegant solutions. So I would require from the fabricator what we would call shop drawings, an elevation, and then it will give you a cross-section of every piece of every component of the assembly that requires further clarification. We would want to see a jam section. What does that 2x6 or that mullion or the door styles look like in cross-section? Knowing the weight of the door, when he says a barrel hinge, well, the hinges on your house, those are barrel hinges. It's just got a barrel. But I'm concerned not knowing what the hinge is because I'm hearing that this is heavy. Well, barrel hinges or butt hinges, they tap out. Standard ones tap out at about 200 pounds. So leaving any of this to, well, this is just the way we've done it and it's always worked. Okay. If you're okay with it, I don't know that I would be.
I'm not okay. That's why I'm coming to a pro here for advice. But you're just
going to tell them, give me the model number of the hinge you're using, send me shop drawings. I want an elevation. I want a cross section of all of the components. I would like part numbers of the weather stripping you're going to use and how it will be fastened. Because you own the problem. You're not going to go to him in 5 years when his phone doesn't pick up anymore. And then sending stuff to Mexico, okay, we ship internationally every day. I mean, it's very normal and common for fabricators to want the hardware physically there.
Yeah.
So that's great. We love that. But providing him the templates to say, hey, can you fit this? He's going to give it to his fabricator, and the guy will say yes or no. Generally, what happens is pushback will come when something is just legitimately out of someone's wheelhouse, like that sauce hinge I sent you earlier. That's out of the wheelhouse of a lot of people. My hollow metal guys that make steel doors, not what you need. They're running that on a CNC turret, so it's all good. It don't matter what shape it is, but when you've got nothing other than an oxyacetylene torch, okay, it's a different animal.
Yeah. No, that's really good perspective. Okay, well, you said shop drawings with cross sections of each of the components. That's really the main thing I need, right?
Yeah, because you want to see what that is going to look like. So you have the elevation. You'll want dimensions put on everything. Then at every unique item, the strike jam, the hinge jam, the header, and then that horizontal, which would be called a mutton, you want a cross-section of that where they literally will draw that on a piece of paper and then apply dimensions to everything. So it's like this. The drawing that this guy is going to send to the guys in Mexico, send me those drawings. I mean, that's what you're going to tell them. I don't want to see nothing other than what you're going to send those guys. And then a 2x6, you are referring to a steel, rectangle, right? Like 125 thousandths. You don't mean like a lumber 2x6.
I think it's a lumber 2x6. I mean, that's what he described, but I mean, it can't be, right? It's got to be steel.
Can't be. To call it a piece of steel that's 2 inch by 6 inch tube steel, yeah, of course, that's normal. That's what I would expect. It also would be nice to see a cut list. What components they are going to pull off the shelf or order and cut them to, so that the guy's going to lay them out on his giant workbench or on the floor, probably in this case, and pony clamp everything together and then start welding and grinding. So that's simply how those are done. It'd be nice to know what they're going to use to make them, but I think I might be treating this as if it was my door and frame. But the point is that I'm treating it like it's my door and frame because, every few months someone calls me with $10,000 wrought iron doors and they can't figure out why the rain keeps coming in. Yeah, because I didn't weather strip it. There was they put a door sweep on it.
Yeah. really good sense. So I guess of everything, it sounds like I just texted those guys. They said it is 2x6 tube steel in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you think about that, the door's got, when you try to open the door, it's going to have a kind of a long way to go before it gets kind of moves past that 2x6. You know what I mean? So I'm just thinking, if you did, well, I guess still mortise style or any of that stuff would work. But as setting up the electric strike, well, the electric strike may not work because, again, the electric strike kind of presumes that as soon as you move past the electric strike, then you're in open air. You're not still on that 2x6. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, does it swing in or out?
Swings in. The door does.
Okay. Yeah, so that strike's going to have to be to the face of that tube steel on the inside. You know, and yeah, you're going to have, depending on how wide the stop is, you know, if it'll be actually 6-inch, and then you've got the thickness of the door less the width of the stop, which could be 1 inch, could be 1/2 inch, could be 2 inch, who knows? Any dimension's really good, but you would also want to know what that is, so you could say to yourself, yeah, let's not use 1/2 by 1/2 there. Let's, you know, because I got 6 inch. Let's use a stop that's a little bit deeper than that. But I would also want to know what hinge they're using, and generally those guys will use 2-knuckle lift-off hinges, which are capable of extreme weights, and I'm sure it'll carry the weight of what's being built, but they may not look very elegant at the end of the day. But you know, the guy could legitimately say to you, "I've never seen these sauce hinges. I know they exist, but I have no way to do this because." If I were to lay that up, I would be cutting it with a die grinder, you know, with a pneumatic tool. And my guys in the shop would be able to cut it so that it looked great. There's no other way to prep tube steel. You know, you can't punch it. You know, you can't laser cut it. So it's a hand process. But in my opinion, that sauce hinge is really easy because it's just a couple of hole saws at either end, and you just jigsaw cut straight. But the barrel hinges they're using are probably surface mounted as well, which is how I usually see those, which means, you know, there's no prepping to the edge of the door or to the edge of the rabbet of the frame, which is how they go about doing that. What I'd be curious to know is what lock would they put on as standard? You know, what would go on there normally?
Yeah, I'll definitely check on that too. Okay. Yeah, great information. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it, Richard. I guess I'm going to try to meet him first thing tomorrow morning, check that out, and then I will ping you back tomorrow with plan of action, hopefully figured out.
Yeah, I mean, your position is, you know, you're taking ownership of this down the road, which means you're just not okay with leaving anything to guesswork because this is not how you make a living. You know, you tell the guy, you know, I don't know this stuff, so I'm asking you to educate me. I would just, you know, ask. I'd really want to see the shop drawings. The electric strike is okay. What's complicating it is the fact that you have a mortise lock idea with a deadbolt, and when you toss that deadbolt into the mix, then the strike gets really big. But that electric deadbolt, that is some snazzy stuff. That's snazzy. I don't think, you know, it's going to be hard to beat that. You don't see any hardware on the door. It's secure.
Yeah, that'd be killer. I think then we'd have to do this soft hinge or some way to get the wire into the door. That'd be the challenge.
Well, there's other ways to do it. There's less elegant ways to do it. It doesn't have to be a sauce. You could also imagine just flexible conduit. So you would literally surface mount it on the inside like an 18-inch long loop. That would not be very elegant either, but they do make a little telescoping gizmo that you could pass that through the jamb and into the edge of the door. So that's not the end of the world at all. That's actually very easy. This $50, it's like, imagine a circle, imagine 1/4 of a circle, and that arc is flexible conduit that telescopes, and then you screw it to the jamb into the door, and every time you open and close the door, that little flexible conduit thing just stays there. So it's a cheap, elegant way. You'd never see it when the door's closed. So that'll run the power that way, and then you know, if they can drill a couple of holes, then all you would tell them is, here's the template for the electric deadbolt. I need a rectangle cut so many inches high, so many inches wide, and then you need the mounting tabs welded in. And then you're going to tell them, I want you to run me wire from there all the way up to over here and just tie it off at the end, and then my electrician will connect everything. That's how I do that. It's a lot easier than it sounds. And the reason I know is because I've done this. I mean, I can talk intimately about the shop perspective because, while, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, I had 20 guys in the welding shop. And part of my job was detailing all of that for them, telling them how we're going to build it. So it's a lot easier than it sounds. It's just, you kind of got to have someone that says, yeah, okay, I think I can get you there.
Yeah, I know. And this is unfortunately, a lot of stuff in Texas here just is this situation where it gets sent off to Mexico, and then, and this is what he texted back to, that he doesn't think they have shop drawings and stuff because, it's like the schematic he sent me, and then they send it to Mexico, and they've been doing it for 20 years, and they just, you tell them the dimensions, and then they kind of, the rest is kind of, they figure out, on their own, right? And they just send it up, and it fits in the space type of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, so guys from Mexico, these are very intelligent people, and I mean that in all sincerity. Having a architect scale and a pencil and graph paper is we're talking high school drafting. So
yeah, I'm not suggesting they're not intelligent. I'm just saying they're this way of it being this concept of hey, we have this stuff built in Mexico, and the teams, it's kind of left to, I see this with a lot of construction stuff here. It's just it's left to creative liberties. It's not specified specifically, and then that's, I think it sounds I don't know that for a fact. That's just what the builder wrote me back and said that. And that's again, I think it's just the feedback here. I don't know. I'll talk to the owner of this company tomorrow morning when I meet with them and just see what the real deal is. Because I'm with you. They gotta tell them more than just sending them this one picture, right? I mean, I would think, but maybe not.
That
maybe
elevation
they just say, hey,
is not going to jive.
I wouldn't think so. I would think they would need more specificity than that, but maybe not. Maybe they say, well, look, the opening is specified here, and that's all they need to know. It's just build this to fit in this opening,
Yeah,
I don't know.
The other thing is, I've been involved in these projects, and these wrought iron doors are orders of magnitude more expensive than common sense would allow or would lead me into. And at that point, when you're spending several thousands of dollars for what is college level welding 101 skill, because I've done it, hey, I should really be getting a shop drawing for review and approval,
I know. You sure would think so. Yeah. I mean, but this is my first experience building a house like this, and I just don't know. If it was just ordering the door right now myself, then I agree with you. I would require that. But since it's through this builder, and the builder is kind of figuring out the whole house, and this is just one component, I will still make the ask. I feel like they're going to say, well, look, this is what we were planning to do.
That's great. Just be transparent about what you're planning on doing.
Yeah, I know. That'd be really good. Well, hey, this is super helpful, Richard. I will meet with this guy tomorrow. This gives me a lot of good info to go and meet with him on, and then I'll sync with you later in the day, and we can kind of figure out a next step of how to order all this stuff and get it to him and what the right solution is going to be.
Sounds fun.
I'll try to take a lot of pictures too. Yeah, they supposedly have a bunch of
do.
example doors there. I'll get a bunch of pictures and stuff, so at least we have that to go off of.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks again. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. You too.
All right, see ya. Bye.
If you've not hit subscribe yet, we would very much appreciate if you did, and hopefully you're enjoying this video. Now, let's get back to it.
Real good. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, hey, hopefully we can finalize the solution here. Those guys, super nice guys yesterday I met with. And the doors look, actually I was kind of pleasantly surprised. I mean, to me, they look better than I expected. I do think those, an improvement to their design would be to use something like those soft hinges. I think it would just look even more slick. But to your point, I think if I captured your email correctly, the nature of what you're saying is just probably getting them to do the soft hinges would be too much of a mind blown type of moment. And so it'd probably be better if I'm going to get him to do something custom, get him to run the cable and accommodate some sort of electronic locking system would be a better use of the kind of ask, right?
I agree. Getting the power from the wall or frame to the door and then running low voltage wire should not be asking too much, or what I mean to say is a stretch. A fabricator should say, "Oh, I know I can figure out how to do that."
Yeah, they kind of, again, this is the more of the install and sales guys at the shop, that I went to, and versus the actual designers, right? That they're actually building the door, and so their perspective was, well, I guess they would have to drill a hole in the side here, and then drill another hole at the top to kind of catch the wire, and then drill, one more hole to kind of, or really just those two holes, so that way they could kind of get it across, catch it, and then, start pushing it down the door the other way. And then, my perspective on that was like, hey, if they have to drill a couple holes, like, I don't care, I'll just plug those holes, or we can easily handle that. They're going to fill the door with foam anyway, after the fact, so it's not like it's.
So when they have all that steel componentry in when they go to their giant workbench and lay all these parts down and square them up and clamp them together to weld them, it's right before that point where you want to lay all of that groundwork. You're going to pass the wire through it at that point, and you're going to weld. You're going to entomb that wire when you build the door. Doing it as an afterthought is just going to be more work on somebody. You're going to need a really long drill bit.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The drill bit, since that steel is only, I think it's 16 gauge steel or something, they would just have to drill a hole where we want the wire to go through, and then it's hollow, right? So they could just slide it down all the way down the edge, line of the tubular steel all the way down to the other corner. But they'd have to drill another hole there to kind of start pushing it downward now towards the lock, right?
If the insulation's not put in the stiles at that point, then you would just drop it down. I would prefer to have, but when the bottom rail, which is a rectangular tube, is squared off to the vertical stile, which is a rectangular tube, you're not going to be able to make that left-hand turn, because you're going to have a hole. You're going to have the wall of the tube you have to get through. So drilling those holes before any of that's done is the way to go. And as I was saying earlier, I would just take flex conduit and I would jam it through everything and then lay those components down and then clamp it all together. If you were to go to a steel, Central Steel, if you were to go to Central Steel's catalog and look for steel shapes, these are just Frank Lloyd Wright geometric components that they're putting together. Frank Lloyd Wright meaning thought very geometrically. So it's
interesting. Yeah, I might have to, when I provide them the wire, I might provide them, I might give them some flex conduit in there too, and just because I guess my other concern is that they run the cable and then they weld it after the fact, and they end up heating that up so much that they melt the cable, and then I got a whole other issue with like a broken melted cable in the door when I get the door, But.
Yeah, I definitely want I would want the wire covered in some sort of conduit. While low voltage doesn't require conduit, I think long term you want that cable in there, the cable within conduit. Plus also they need to secure it, because every time that I open and close the door, I don't want to hear the conduit, if it's flex, making contact on the inside. I don't want to hear close the door and then a small, almost inaudible sound of that flex hitting the inside of the tube. So it has to be battened down, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, somehow, it's interesting to think now that I'm thinking about the construction, they fill the entire inside of the steel with insulation. And so there must be some sort of spray foam they're using, but to your point, they must do that when they're assembling it, because otherwise there's no way that they could insert a nozzle far enough in to spray it all. Solid. So anyway, I'll let them. I definitely will provide some conduit. Hopefully, they have a way they can do that without damaging the cable. But I think the biggest question, the pictures, unfortunately, they didn't have exactly what they're doing for us. But the frame is really robust. It's going to be 4 inches deep of that and 1.5 inches wide. of that steel, I would expect we could probably fit some sort of low profile electric strike in there if it only required 1.5 inches. It didn't go in the door frame more than that.
There are different strikes that will work in that confined space, but if you're going the electric strike route, then you're going to have to get rid of the deadbolt in your lock because there won't be one that will work in such a small area that will incorporate a deadbolt. I'd have to look. It'd be awfully close. There might be one, but I'm thinking the deadbolt will have to be done away with.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I'm open to whatever you think is the best solution, and then we would do it ×2 for the back door as well. But I think I Googled the Space Saver, the Space Saver lock. Where's my notes on that? So I mean, this thing's really interesting. I think could be really cool. I think the only concern, and it looks like you can get the Space Saver for the door or for the frame. It looked like. I think the only question or the concern I'd have with this thing is just how it would, I guess what would you say on maybe to back up a second. One of the things that they brought up when I was there with this guy was he's like, hey, we got these massive handles on the door, right? These big, you saw an example of the one, right?
Yeah.
And, because the door is so heavy, and he said what'll happen is if you do put a mortise style lock on there or something, just realize that we've had clients come back that have done that type of thing, and then over time, because they're actually moving the door with that little handle, that they end up wearing that handle out. It becomes really loose and essentially kind of breaks because they're moving such a heavy door with such a little wimpy handle, Whereas the kind of general idea of moving the door would be to use this big handle and not have a latch handle, was what they said. But hey, what's that?
False. Hospitals, 800-pound lead-lined doors, mortise locks. Okay. Yeah. So I like the idea when you are separating the force over a greater surface area. I like that concept, but I don't like the thought of a mortise lock not being able to open and close your door over time.
Gotcha.
But to that point, though, that long handle would look really awesome too. That's a question for you and the wife or the designer, whoever is making that decision. Yeah.
Well, so what I guess if we do this Space Saver electric deadbolt, one of the things we'd need a release from the inside. Like, hey, I'm on the inside of the house and I want to go out. And this Ubiquity solution I can add another badge reader on the inside that you can use and quickly, use that and go out. But that just seems excessive. I think it'd be better on the inside to have some sort of really quick release that you could then, which is why the mortise style lock sounded interesting initially. But if we don't do that, and we just do this electric bolt as an example, what are your thoughts about how to make it work?
Do you want to install the electric deadbolt in the frame or in the door?
Yeah, I think in the door. And actually, now that I'm looking at this dock again, for whatever I missed it in the first place, it looks like you can use the mechanical release, and so you could just have a thumb turn on the inside that would unlock that.
Yeah. Oh wow. That's what would be cool. That's not hardly any hardware on the door. The only thing is you'll probably want to consider doing a pull handle, is you'll want an offset pull handle so that you can get your hand. I think we've talked about that.
Yeah. Well, I think, if you look at the door pictures I sent you, there's enough space on the style there that because I asked them about that, and they're like, we've never really had to do an offset because he said, if you want to do a mortise style handle, then we would do an offset handle for sure. But he's like, otherwise, with the deadbolt, there's plenty of room. Like, you're not going to have a problem with that.
Okay. I mean,
I
don't agree.
Based on, really?
If you take the back set of the lock, which is inch and 3/4 from the edge of the door to the center of that cylinder hole is inch and 3/4. And you then emulate your right hand holding a key. The width of my fist is going to be every bit of 3 inch. So now I'm at 1.75 plus 3 inch to the outside of my wrist. A straight pull handle, can you make it work? Yeah, of course you can, but it's just one of those details that just needs to get thought through. You can make it work either way, but I think if I asked 10 people, the majority would say that should be an offset pull.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's an easy adjustment. But so then the question is which one of these models to go with if we do this?
Oh, sure.
And then, and I guess just, again, so let's just say you have the thumb turn on the inside, right? You turn that, the electric deadbolt releases, okay, right? And then
retracts.
You open the door, retracts. You open the door, and now you're passing 4 inches of frame. Well, not really 4 inches, but 3 inches or something because you're already an inch in, right? So you pass that 3 inches of frame. I guess the bolt stays retracted because the sensor below it says, hey, the door is not shut, so therefore I'm going to stay retracted, right? I guess the question is when you start closing the door, because the door passes the frame, it's going to depress that switch earlier than the bolt is aligned to the bolt hole. Is that going to be a problem? Because the bolt, I suspect the bolt will throw or try to, but it can't because it hasn't hit the hole yet. And then eventually when you move the door all the way, then it'll get to the hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I don't think you're going to have a problem with that at all because, and this is where having a shop drawing would would answer the question. Based on those hinges, I think that your door swings in, correct?
Yeah, swings in. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I think your door is going to be biased towards the inside of that 4-inch depth. I think it's going to be all but flush with the inside of the jamb.
Oh, yeah.
So,
good point.
So I don't think you'll have any trouble with that whatsoever. It doesn't, there's going to be a small timer, sort of concept happening on that auto relock. So you wouldn't have that sort of trouble.
Okay.
The door needs to get in the closed position thoroughly in the closed position before the bolt will throw out again.
Okay, got it. And this is a bit of a detail, but the cylinder on the key lock mechanism, that is replaceable, right? Even on this type of thing. So, for example, if I wanted to put like a Medico cylinder in there, I could probably do that, correct?
Completely modular. And when it comes to the world of high security cylinders, you happen to be talking to somebody who treats it as a pet project. Medico is awesome. And while I'm not really a great source for all high security cylinders, I can speak at length on all of the different manufacturers' material, meaning I've studied and sat for the test on all of them. And Medico, fun fact about Medico, they own 75% of the North American high security market, and you can't go wrong. Wow. There's other platforms, but I can't think of one other than just wanting to be super exotic that I could dissuade you from using Medico. You could use Obloy, which is a outrageously superior, non-bumpable, sort of cylinder platform. There's some 10-year-old kid bumping a Medico cylinder open, and it happens. But there's other platforms. That's a discussion for down the road.
Okay. Yeah, I have a Medico.
But the answer is yes, completely modular.
Awesome. Yeah, I have Medico right now, and I love it. I mean, it's been great. Could I
steal your ears for 30 seconds on Medico?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was writing an article a year and a half ago for the industry magazine, and I was in a high security cylinder class, and I asked the instructor at lunch, would you please help me on this part of my article that I want to make sure I'm not putting my foot in my mouth? And he's like, well, you don't want my help. And this is like an industry giant. He points to the back of the room and says, you want his help. And I have no idea who that gentleman was. So anyway, at lunchtime, I sheepishly walked up to the gentleman, who was equally sheepish, sat down with this incredibly patient individual for 20 minutes, gave me his thoughts, saw what I was doing, gave me his blessing. A year later, as I'm studying more Medico, I realized that on the patent of Medico 3 is the name Peter Field. I had learned that I was just sitting with Peter Field for 20 minutes. So anyway,
my gosh, that's
awesome. How great
Awesome.
Medico is. Yeah, anyway, sorry.
Geez, that's so cool. That is a cool story. Yeah, there's another, I'll tell you, well, I actually have another call I have to jump on quick, but real quick, you're familiar with the August lock, right?
Yeah, well, peripherally, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the August lock basically just, you pull the thumb turn or whatever you have on the inside of your door off, and then it adapts and just plugs in. It has a little, I forget what the part is called, but like the lock has a cylinder that basically inserts into the lock and then allows you to turn it, hence how the thumb turn works. But in Medico, they have a more specialized, it's almost like a little star key that fits into the lock mechanism that is very unique. And without that special star key, you can't actually turn the lock. Do you know what I'm talking about? Following?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen a cut sheet on it one time, and it's all a matter of making your product special. The problem with that unit, though, in many applications is egress code, because you do need special knowledge to operate it. But in applications like yours, it's totally awesome, and you're going to need to think about that because you have so much glass. Exactly
right. Yeah. What? I'm so sorry, Richard. I have to jump on this call, but I guess if you have time in 20, 30 minutes, I'll call you back. And I think the question would be just on that Space Saver lock. I know that they make a heavy duty version, and several other models when I went to their website. So I guess the question I'll have for you then to just finalize this is kind of which model do we go with, and then I'd probably order it in black if we can, to match the door. But it's just going to be a question of how fast can we get it is the other question. So, but I'll call you back in a little bit, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. See ya.
Bye.
If you've made it this far into this video, you must be determined to see it through to the end, and we appreciate your hanging in there with us and watching this entire video. It means a lot. It takes a lot of work to create these videos in the sense that, it's time taken away from doing other things. However, the advantage for me personally of creating these videos is the fact that it does allow myself to either learn about something new, to reacquaint myself with something, or to reinforce what I believe that I already know. Any comments that you might leave down below would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
How's it going?
It's a fun day of sorts, I guess. But yeah, okay. How about you?
Lovely. I had an internal employee send a email that was not intended for public consumption, so that's been my day.
Oh no!
that. Yeah.
That's never great.
It was very tame, but it's never great in the world we live in today.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, sorry to hear that, but on the good news, I think we figured this thing out. So that's seems like I just was hoping we could wrap this up. I guess the only question I had for you, Richard, on the email you sent about the finishes is that I think we just need to send one of these down to the team in Mexico anyway. And so given that, probably makes sense to just, depending on how expensive those plates are anyway, we could just order one in aluminum, one in black, like the correct way all together. And then just one additional black plate, right? Because we can then that way we're just going to maximize costs, probably, right?
Well, what we would do is we'd enter an order for the aluminum, get that shipped, get it separate, and then put on a factory order the black and black. And you would need the plate for the face, but also the strike as well. You could also, if you know anyone who powder coats, it's that simple. Although, you would need to protect the threads of the one item, but it's, they just can't powder coat in the threads. You'd have to clean that out. But yes, that's how I would do it.
Okay. Yep. Sounds good. So just to be clear, so they sell the plate separate?
I can order it separately because I, said to the factory, they want to have the hardware physically in hand when they prep the door and jamb, and apparently it's a relatively common thing.
Oh, okay, good deal. Cool, sounds good. Do you know how much the plate is, by the way?
I don't, and that'll have to be on the quote. I have to get that back from them. I've already requested it.
Okay, good deal.
Okay, so I'm going to send you over a quote for the 2 locks and then just the trim plate and the strike in the black finish. And I'll send you the quote now for the aluminum one that you want to get moving sooner rather than later. What else should I quote you?
I mean, I think probably those little, a couple of those little pass-through things you talked about. Yep. And then the only other thing we haven't figured out, we could do it later. It's not really super urgent, really. It's just that there's the door from the garage into the house, and that's just a normal door with a normal latch and a normal deadbolt. I don't know what they're thinking they're going to do there, but figuring out, I was just thinking we'd probably just do an electric, like a normal electric strike, like whatever you recommend is like a normal one for that door. Type of thing. But, again, we don't need to, I can do that, we could talk in 6 months and I can knock that out myself because that's very modifiable. It'd be great to get ahead of it, but I don't know that we need to necessarily solve that today. More the urgent thing was these 2 custom doors getting built.
Well, you want to definitely have that frame prepped on your 3-sided door scenario. I don't know that you want to be standing there with a hammer and chisel 6 months down the road or a year down the road. All I would need to know to specify a standard caliber strike would be just what lock you're putting on the door, and in particular, what type of latch bolt it is.
Yeah. I can let me try to figure out what they were planning for that door and get back to you. That's probably, I'm looking through the docs here. I just don't see it listed. So, okay.
Now, there's obviously going to be need to be other things that you consider. I realize you have a Medico system, bravo. You're going to need to order, if you have conventional cylinders from Medico, meaning they're not removable core, then you need to order Medico cylinders, just, being the voice over your shoulder. You'll need to order those in the proper length, and I can guide you at that point. You might want to order those sooner rather than later, so the hardware is there when the doors show up, so you can secure your opening. Or you might want to buy a couple of inexpensive cylinders from me. When I say inexpensive, I'm meaning $15 range that you can put in the installation so that you can have construction in and out, and then pull those cylinders out when you're ready. You'll obviously need a way to you're going to need your access control on the outside, and you may or may not want an access control means of opening the circuit to these doors. So you might want a push button. You might want to think about, well, do I want a push button from the kitchen, or is this? I imagine this you'll be able to control through an app.
Yeah, absolutely through an app.
Okay.
But actually, on the outside of the house, you can even swipe your phone. You can issue tokens, and all that kind of stuff. So any device that supports NFC, and I'll have prox cards and all that stuff. But yeah, the push button's not a bad idea. I mean, I think the thumb turn will. I guess on this electric strike. The electric bolt that we just ordered here, that we're ordering, that since it's a mechanical thumb turn, it must it must auto pull the thumb turn back the other way when it locks again, right?
It's definitely spring biased. Yeah, you're going to have to turn that in, like you would a latch, in order to get that to pull back.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I think those are all good thoughts. I think I have most of that stuff dialed in. I have all the Ethernet run because everything's power over Ethernet. So all that stuff's already there for the door swipes and all that stuff. But yeah, I think that other door, I'll have to figure that out. I do, and I need to run this low voltage cable, which I'll try to do in the next few days. So yeah, I think that all makes sense. Good heads up. I think the Medico cylinders, for like these locks that are coming, right? These electric ones we just were talking about, they come with some sort of cylinder, right? Already in there, and keys probably, right?
No, definitely not. That's a separate line item. So we do need to, think about, either needing to add cylinders, or you simply get your Medico cylinders ordered so that you've got them when the locks make it down there and it all comes back to you. You might want to two-step it so that you're not, if construction is going to have access, the last thing in the world you want to do is give out one of those keys. Not that they can get them duplicated, but, 3D printing exists, and it works, et cetera.
What is like a cheap cylinder cost just to like throw one in right now?
Yeah, like I said, about $15.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. So let's absolutely spec those for sure, and then that way they're good to go. So absolutely add that in. Just thinking here, anything else that we've talked about or maybe need?
And forgive me, did you say it was a 2-inch thick door?
2-inch thick door, yep.
Okay. That's easy. Very easy. And if I've got them in black, I'll send them in black. I may. I probably do. It depends on the length, but yeah, I probably do.
And on that, I'm guessing then a thumb turn probably doesn't come with that thing either, right?
No key hardware at all. So yeah, you do also need to think about what you'll do on the inside. Are you concerned about having a thumb turn and broken glass? We may have talked about a captive thumb turn once upon a time, where you can convert that from a thumb turn to a keyed cylinder, but you might want to explore what Medico can provide you in that regard. You're either going to put a thumb turn on the inside or a keyed cylinder on the outside, or potentially, if Medico has one, something that can be converted. So when you go away on vacation, you can pull that thumb turn out and leave it as a keyed cylinder.
Yeah, my thought would be just the thumb turn's fine, and if someone wants to break that sheet of glass, the other thing I had a question for you on was whether you know anything about glass break sensors. Because I'm going to do my own kind of home security system. I already have cameras planned. Again, all power over Ethernet. I'm going to do Ubiquity for all that. But glass break sensors I've not accounted for yet, nor have accounted for, I know they make these little battery-powered door sensors. You can do your whole security system now, basically yourself, just via sensors. You just drill a little hole in the door, a little hole in the frame, boom, plug the sensors in, and add it to the whatever products that you want to use, right?
Yeah, I don't have, I'm not at all, I can't speak intelligently on the burglar system, what's up to date. From what I have been led to believe just by being a bystander is that someone would opt to put a motion sensor rather than sensors on the glass themselves.
Yeah. I've done some research. The glass break sensors, they cover a big room, big area. And like, for example, this entryway I have where the main front door is going to be, it's a very separate area. You got to go down 2 flights of stairs and then you get to this entry door, right? And it's by itself. And if you break this glass, I guess someone could maybe like laser cut the glass and then reach through and do the thumb turn. I don't know if that exists, like Mission Impossible style, but I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe having like a double cylinder is a better approach, but I don't know.
I would suggest that you live with one of the two and then see how you feel in 6 or 12 months. I may have related to you the story, 20 some years ago when my oldest was 3. I mean, I had a single cylinder deadbolt. Well, she reached up and pulled on the lever and she got a block away before Mom realized it. So guess what I did the next day? There were double cylinder deadbolts there.
Yeah.
So, before she was mobile, it was the single cylinder. Glass, side lights, no problem. So it might just be a matter of that.
Yeah. And I guess the thought is, I guess I've seen homes like this where you do double cylinder, but you just leave a key in it, like initially. Mm-hmm. And then if you ever like want to remove the key, you just pull the key out and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's a security compromise. You don't want anyone to be able to get a hold of your key, either physically or a wax impression or a photograph. I know it sounds very Orwellian, but yeah, it happens. I'm actively involved in the locksmithing community. There's a lot of backroom things that are discussed, not in front of the general public. So I would advise against it. Is the short answer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my concern is simply just, if you got to get out, right? There's an emergency, and you got to get out of that door, and you don't have your key on you, which I don't usually carry a key anyway. Then you got a huge problem, right? Short of breaking that glass, and that would be super dangerous anyway, because it's going to be a massive piece of glass,
Yeah.
So.
Maybe you can think about getting real snazzy and putting some sort of a push button, a momentary push button somewhere, that all you're going to do is open the circuit and voila, it's unlocked and no one knows where that is but you.
Oh, I see what you're saying, like hide the push button somewhere.
Yeah, literally. In the room, in the kitchen, somewhere in proximity to the opening. It's fail-safe, as we've established, so the power goes out, you're in good shape. But is there a fire alarm system?
We're doing fail-secured, right? That's what we said.
Okay, so I have to apologize because, very strangely, I have literally the same lock in the same type of application concurrently, and I have mixed the two up. The gentleman in Huntington Beach wants fail-safe. I've mixed it up. I apologize. Upon loss of power, your door is going to stay locked.
Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir. I've made a note of that. I was speaking too quickly. Yeah,
no problem. Yeah, I just think that's just one of those, like, I feel like if it's fail-safe, that's like a no-brainer. You just drill through the wall, boom, cut the wire, you're done,
Yeah.
So door unlocks. It's like super easy. But anyway, that was my thinking. But yeah, that's cool. So yeah, I think but I guess the hidden push button is interesting. I just don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't even know. I guess I could wire that. I know the thing supports the push button or supports the capability for it.
Oh, it's just an on-off switch wired in series.
Yeah, you can do that. This hub supports it too as a separate thing. I could run a separate low voltage run to the button, and the hub will do that also.
There you go.
But I just don't know that. I don't know. I'll think about it. I mean, the push button probably pretty cheap from you guys, huh?
Well, it's a doorbell button. It could literally be as inexpensive as a doorbell button because it doesn't have to handle much current. It doesn't have to handle much amperage. So I'm not saying go to Home Depot and get a push button, but we're dealing with something in that price range, all the way up to making it something that's not in that price range, but it can be quite simple. And I mentioned something like a bell button because we want it petite, we want it inconspicuous. If you're going to think about this idea, anything that will handle the amperage and the current is in play. So, who knows what that switch could be? For goodness sake, it could be a thumbprint reader. It could be, It could be anything.
Got it. Well, I guess the good news is, again, thumb turn's probably pretty inexpensive. We could just swap this later as well, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's $15, that kind of stuff. The cylinder's about $15. At thumb turn's probably $13. And like I said, if you find in the future that that you need to lock that door down without special knowledge, meaning a key, then swap it out at that point. Yeah. And,
okay. Let's do that. That's a good point. And then, I'll figure out this other door as far as the electric strike for that one, and then we'll get that knocked out also.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool. So I'm going to get a quote over to you. I expect that I won't have it done till tomorrow. However, you will certainly have it tomorrow in the first half of the day. You'll have it. You will have it. What part of the country are you in?
In Austin, Texas.
Oh, yes, that's right. I did know that. Linda B. Johnson Presidential Library. That's why you go to Austin. Forget all that stuff that happens down on Dirty Fifth or whatever it is.
Yeah, LBJ Library is awesome, yeah.
Yeah. But you will have it early in the morning. I'll do it if at latest, it'll be first thing in the morning, and I get here about 7 Eastern, so you'll have it by then at the latest.
Okay, great. And then is there like a link to log in to pay online or something?
What I'll do is, the answer is it's not quite that slick just yet, but if you use PayPal, I'll include a link where it's literally click, amount, what's the order number, click, done. So it can be that easy.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's just, you telling me to call you and you giving me the information over the phone. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
And actually, so that we're one step closer, what is the address? All right, sir. I'll get that sent over to you, and thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Richard. Really appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
All right. See you. Bye.
Regarding the links to ads that you might see in this video, we do apologize for any interruption to a smooth viewing experience, and hopefully the ads that are being presented to you are related to the base product. And if there is something, feel free to click on those and perhaps consider taking a look at what that other advertiser is promoting. Let's get back to the video.
To check on your last note, and then also I wanted to ask also about the shipping for that STC electric deadbolt. The one that was just the one that was stainless aluminum. Or whatever. Yeah, aluminum. I received a package. It looked like that was part of it because it said, the shipping notification I got had it listed on the shipping notification, but it just arrived last night. It's not in the box. There's only, in fact,
it's a separate shipment coming out of SDC in California, and I'll have them communicate to you the disposition of that package.
Okay, perfect. Also, let me just verify the turn knob. I don't know that was in here either. Let me look again. It's circled on the sheet like it would be in here, but let's verify. Definitely have the standard cam, 2 of those. Definitely have the washers, collars, and there's 2 cylinders. Yeah, the standard turn knob is not included in this box.
What is the part number on the boxes that are the 2 cylinders?
It says 7165 LA2.
Okay, what about the other one?
7161. Oh, you know what? That's the turn knob. Look at that.
There you go.
Oh, because there's only one mortise cylinder and one.
Yeah.
Got it.
One. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Thanks. As usual, just didn't follow the instructions effectively. Okay. Yeah. So I guess on the electric deadbolts, what is your thought on the kind of best way to do that?
You mean the electric strike?
Yeah, electric strike. Sorry.
Oh, okay. The best. Oh, in terms of the lock. Okay, so
did my email make sense? Kind of what I was thinking, or do you disagree with it, or maybe just to kind of go from there?
Okay, so the lock that you want to use from MTech is available in a passage, a privacy, a dummy, and probably an entrance function only, meaning you'll have a push turn button on the inside. Always and without exception, you would use a storeroom function with an electric strike. But that doesn't mean that you are...
Can you explain that to me, though?
Sure.
Because I guess I don't fully understand that.
Yeah, so you don't have to use a storeroom, but the reason that you always do is because if I wanted to, you're having a party at your house, and I sell hardware for a living, but we just met last week. I see that there's an electric strike. I'm going to, I could go out to the garage, go through your tools, and come back in without you knowing. Come back in without you having to control me back in by turning the button on the inside, defaulting it to its passage function. So would that ever happen in your universe? No. I mean, totally not. Is it possible for someone to bypass the need to come back with access control by doing that? Absolutely. Now, for your application, that might be advantageous. You might be like, I'm going in and out for groceries for the next 5 minutes. You might want to just, hit that into passage and then in and out, in and out. But that's the reason why, because you will effectively negate the purpose of the electric strike when you turn it into passage mode. Yep.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So given that, I think just maybe, and I know I never really explained what the house setup looks like, but basically the way the house is laid out is that the only entrance to the house is via this ground floor stair entrance, this glass entrance. And the glass entrance is the big door we have the SDC electric bolt coming for, right? And then right to the right of that, 90 degrees around the corner from it is the garage entrance, right? And they both come into that same landing kind of entryway, and then it just stairs up from there. And so to your point, I could see a use case where, you're unloading the car, as an example, and you want to be able to, I guess what we probably will do is we'd probably just get a way to prop the door open. Is probably the way. I don't know, actually, then the kittens might run out. So maybe we couldn't do that.
Well,
but I guess
it's probably a fire door as well, so you couldn't do that. And if you're going to do it, be sure that there's no inspection. And it's an absolute violation of established fire code to have that on the door when it's not. People do it all the time, obviously, but with the fire door assembly inspector hat on, that would violate the integrity of the self-closing nature of the door.
What do you mean if you prop the door open?
Yeah, I mean, well, let's back up. Is it a fire-rated door in that application? Will it be a 20-minute label?
It's an interior door they're putting there for the door from the garage to the house. And I argued with them. I'm like, why is that not like a full exterior weather door or something? And they said, well, no, I mean, it's just an interior door. And they looked it up in code, and here in Texas, evidently, it says you could just do an interior door for your door from your garage to your home. So.
Okay. Everywhere else, that door is fire rated that I'm aware of. 20 minutes.
It's bizarre.
So, but I would definitely want that. I would want it treated like an exterior door so that it's 1 3/4 and that it's fully gasketed. It gets hot there, doesn't it? It gets cold in certain areas too. And where you are, it's going to get hot. Sure, of course it's going to get hot. I was in Austin, like 5 years ago, and I was there like in July or August, and I went outside at like 8:30 in the morning, and I said, would you just wait till after 10 o'clock before it's north of 90 degrees? And it was already 93. Anyway.
Yeah, well, so they're actually they're heating and cooling the garage. So that's part of maybe what they're thinking is just like, well, hey, it's a climate controlled garage, so.
It sounds like a way to shave $50 off of their cost. To be blunt about it.
Why not just do regular door there.
You're going to have smell. You're going to have. Yeah, I realize it's climate controlled, but
I need to tell them that they should change that. I will do that today. Anyway, So anyway, we need to change that. But I guess the point is just kind of back to the what's the best locking mechanism to go in combo with this electric strike. I think the use case I'm trying to solve for is that one where I want 99% of the time I want you to badge in through the garage. When you're exiting from the house out to the garage, I want you to be able to just kind of have a very seamless way to do that. Like, I don't care about you leaving. It's more about coming in that I want to make sure it's controlled. But I think there's that use case of, like, you're unloading the car and you just want to, I guess it's kind of easy in a way because you could just badge and then push the door. You don't even have to turn the knob. So that's actually kind of a nice element of the electric strike, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but to your point, you're concerned about ingress. Putting a entrance function lock would allow that to be sidestepped. Just to be technical about it, if you are never going to be exposed to the potential for that, I wouldn't give it a second thought.
Yeah. So do you think it still makes sense to do? And I guess another technical question: can you have a knob assembly that has the double cylinder, so it's keyed on both sides, but have one side be locked and one side not? Meaning
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So I think that would be the ideal here. And then, like we were talking about with that Ubiquity, I think it supports the idea of using like a little doorbell push button, right, where you could just hide a push button somewhere on the inside and then just push the button and then just pull the door, and it would work because the electric strike would be disabled for a few seconds. Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah, you'd put a timer on it and tell it to, you can have it momentary for as long as you depress it, you're opening the circuit, or you could put a timer on it where you touch the button one time and then it will, for 5, 10, 20, 30 seconds, leave it in that state.
Okay.
So that either would work. But the lock you're describing is called an institutional lock, and those absolutely exist. Cylinders on both sides. MTech won't make one, but you can certainly have the function. But that if the garage is the garage isn't a means of egress, so I wouldn't see it. It's not a path of getting out in an emergency. I would think. So you'd be okay to do it, I think. Although, admittedly, those locks become expensive. I think Arrow will still make an institutional lock that's not really expensive. But yes, you can definitely keep someone from leaving if you want.
Okay, but you can't do it with that MTech knob that we talked about.
No, definitely not. Well, I mean, I'm not an MTech expert, but I know that they don't make an institutional lock because they don't. Although you could do it, though, with an MTech product. I know that they make mortise locks, and you could, and I've done it actually, you could build it so that both levers or knobs, whatever it is, on both sides are always rigid, and then put a cylinder on both sides, and the only way to retract the latch is to put the key in there or access control from either side of the opening. I've done that in the past.
That's a good idea. Okay. Maybe that's another one we look at. But otherwise, on the frame side of things, you agree that the right approach here is just prep the frame for the electric strike and then just cover it with one of these just basic plates. And then that way I can just, in the meantime, have the builder just use the MTech knob and everything. But then later I can just pop in the electric strike when I move in. Does that sound right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir, because the overall height and width of the temporary strike is going to use part of the total preparation for the electric strike.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome, Richard. Thanks so much. Appreciate this. Let me chase down the heavy-duty fire-rated door and with a weather gasket or whatever. Don't need to be fire rated because that's just a line item that they'll tag you on. Say, listen, I want a solid core door. I want gasketing. I want a threshold. I realize I've got climate control. This is what I want. Yeah, a gasket and threshold. I think that's the key things, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate that as always.
Keep it
we'll get through this project. Yeah, and then the STC thing, I guess, is on its way. Should be, I think you said next week then, right?
I believe so. I've sent an email over to tracking for them to send you an update on that.
Okay, awesome. Thanks again.
And to you. Bye-bye.
All right, take care. Bye. Just in the running cable right now for this door strikes and getting everything prepped up for those, both the electric deadbolt, that we got the 2 of those coming for those doors, and then remember we talked about the Von Duprin. I think we talked about the 6211 WF or something, if I remember correctly, but for that other door, right? And my question for you is do we talked about kind of multiple operations for the door. We talked about, I think that Von Duprin as an example has the normal door electric strike mechanism and operation. It also, I believe, has a sensor, like a door, like a sensor of like, is it active or closed or whatever else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was the option is called DS or something on the thing. And so my question is how many conductors of cable do we need to each electric strike, both for those SDC, the electric deadbolt, as well as to the Von Duprin strike? Do we need a single strand cable? Do we need a dual, 2-strand, or do we need 4 strands? I'm guessing it's not 6.
Well, let's talk about the Von Duprin. You're going to need a pair of wires for power.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a 2-conductor cable. You're going to need a pair of wires if you do a switch, and you might actually you're going to want to run a 6-conductor wire for that, so you have an extra. I don't know if that micro switch on there has the potential for 3. I'd have to look at it, but you're going to need a pair for power. I would count on 3 wires for the electric strike, because if that's probably common, normally open or normally closed, which means if you allow 3 wires for it, that you could do 2 things at once. When one thing turns off, the other thing turns on, or not. So I would run a 6-conductor wire for that.
Okay. Well, what about the electric deadbolts?
I think that's the same. I don't recall that part number, but you have, or maybe it's just a pair. Let me catch up here.
Okay.
Was it a 1091?
I can probably look at my email quicker too, if you want.
Yeah, no, it's not. I'm catching up. So data sheet.
It's just a matter if it'll be used. Oh, an 18-2? Yeah, because he's going to have a door out there on that bathroom. Right. But, that doesn't mean it all has to be today. I mean, it's the minimum.
Okay, I'm pulling up the wiring diagram. I think it's just a pair of wires, but of course you're always going to have a spare pair. So it was a 1090, let's see. Base plate, keeper plate. Okay, a 1291. All right, let's look. 1291. 1291 ADDMR. ADDMR. Data sheet.
They're supposed to send me a screenshot of the plan.
Cool.
So let's see how quick I get it.
Installation 1290 series. Okay, so it's just a pair of wires. I mean, you're gonna without PIR solenoid. Okay, let's look. You don't have bolt position monitoring, I don't think, do you? No. Yeah, I mean, you need there's no optional solenoid voltage. You're going to run four conductors to that. You only need power, so you'll run an extra pair. So 4 conductors do that.
And why the extra pair?
Well, in case somebody strips one or it shorts. You got
okay.
Yeah, it's best practice.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. All right. Well, thanks, Richard. Really appreciate this quick tech support on this. It's very helpful.
Sorry, I've been sitting in electrified hardware class of all things the day that we talk about this since noon.
Oh, nice.
So You're right, exactly. So, do you want me to get the wiring diagrams and send them to you, or it's not necessary?
I don't think it's necessary. I think we got what we need.
Okay.
Thanks, though. Appreciate it.
Yes,
all right, take care.
Bye-bye. Yes, sir.
And then finally, at long last, we're installing these locks, and had one issue with one of them. The 2 of them, no problem. One of them, we're having a bit of an issue with. I don't know. The locksmith and I are looking at it. I think the best guess is that the little solenoid thing, that the little lever that essentially when you pull the lever up, it pulls back, retracts the bolt, and it appears that pin pulls up too high, and it's creating basically a slippage, so that as you turn the thumb turn, it just slips off and essentially releases and relocks the door. I have a video of it.
Yeah,
it's probably
definitely send that to me.
And we took the thing apart. Obviously, it comes apart really easily. It's on its way to you right now.
I'm not at my desk, so I'll need time to review it. But yes, I will.
No problem.
I will definitely review it.
Yeah, check that out. See what you think. And I guess the question would be, I'm assuming they would have to, unless SDC has advice on how to fix it, that if they could send another lock right away, that'd be awesome, because kind of need it. But yeah, that's. But otherwise, the other 2 installed just fine, and life is good.
Yeah, are they? Is the function suiting what you had in mind?
I think so. I mean, we haven't done the electronics yet. I'm going to do that later after I move in. But we're just basically, we need to lock the doors now. We're at a stage of that build here where we need to actually have some locks on the doors. So, yeah, it seems like it's going to look good aesthetically and be a good fit. So I'm excited. I'm a little worried. I think we talked about that SDC. I had talked to them, and they had said that there is a known overheating issue with these locks. And I said, what? What do you mean? And they were like,
Never heard of that.
Yeah. Well, after I had talked to them a while back. I forget why I called them. I think I had a question about the electronics. So I was testing it out with the door access control just on a bench before installing it. And I called them with a question, and they said, hey, just a heads up, be careful the doors you install them in. And I was like, well, that's a huge issue, because, the one door it's black. It's a black metal door, and it faces west in Texas. And they were like, oh, man, that's going to be a problem. And I said, well, what do you mean that's going to be? How could that be that there's a heating issue? And he said, well, just see what happens, but maybe you won't have an issue. But anyway, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think at this point, it's just, might as well try it. I mean, the door is cut specifically for this lock. So if it does have an issue, I'm going to have to think of some way to thermally insulate it or something, because I can't really change the door,
Yeah, I've never heard of. I mean, I know what would cause overheating. Overheating would be a result of too much current. Overheating would result in too much current because of a marginal short in the winding in the solenoid. So there's more current because there's a short or a small short.
Yeah.
However, temperature, I mean, it's not unusual to have a piece of hardware that is uncomfortable to leave your hand on it for several seconds. However, they ought to have told you, and I've never heard this before, never. And I sell those. Yeah. I sell that same lock in lots of different applications. In fact, I take a sister lock to that, and I routinely modify those for replacement of a lock that existed in the 90s that's been long discontinued. So we're able to refit those openings. So there's too much current, but they ought to have been able to tell you, you should be able to you should be able to check for resistance, to measure the ohms. They should be able to tell you precisely what the ohm value is, and that will tell you if there's a short to ground or if there's a short in the winding. Because it's hot does not necessarily mean anything, but we can absolutely measure that by knowing you can test for continuity, you can test for ohms, you can test for voltage. So there's no reason that any of this is in the dark, so to speak.
Yeah, it was weird because they proactively brought it up when I was telling them about the application, and then I challenged them a bit. I said, well, hey, it's a fail secure lock. I mean, it's not even, it should only be getting current when it's
never going to warm up.
Actually opening.
Yeah,
it shouldn't,
I mean, if you're holding it dogged open, for an excessive amount of time, it's going to get warm. But yeah, Colin, I don't, it's a non-issue. I mean,
I'm not worried about it.
Not even in the slightest. The fact that they mentioned it is good, but, do you want to know how the hot dogs are made? What I'm trying to say is maybe, if there's actually no issue with it, maybe they shouldn't have mentioned it because all they're doing is alarming someone who, doesn't make a living dealing with it every day, but I would find out what the ohm value needs to be on that, and then you'll know, and your guy can measure that super quick and easy. Yeah. You'll know if there's a short causing the consumption of excessive current, causing the heat, because that energy has to go somewhere and it goes as heat. Anyway, not to get nerdy about it.
No, it makes perfect sense. So, but yeah, let me know on this other one, and if there's something we could do to tweak it or whatever else. But yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm finally going to get I'll make sure to give you a full video demo once I get this access control working. And you were a big part of the process, helping me figure this out. I'm also because we have the gate guys actually installing the gates where we got those outdoor electric strikes from you. And then that's going to come, I think that's next week that they're installing that. And then as far as the actual gates, then I'll put in I forget what the brand, it started with a T, I think, Treg or
Trine.
Something. Trine. Trine. And then the Von Duprin electric strike for the interior door to the garage. I'm probably not going to do that for probably 3-4 weeks, but yeah, so I'm excited about that. The only issue with this STC, besides what I mentioned on the one, is that unfortunately this door, I don't think the door is really that adjustable because it's a big steel door that's sitting on these. It's basically got these pins, and then they just set the door on these welded hinges, right? And so it's not like it really can be adjusted much. But the problem is where they actually cut the plate in the door jamb, for this electric bolt to shoot into, they just didn't do it very precisely. So it's off by 1/8 of an inch. And so this guy's going to have to cut this kind of beautiful plate here and enlarge that hole so that it can fit better, But I'm sure that's normal.
Yeah, well, it is. From my perspective as a distributor, you would really like for that to never have to happen. It's a customer's brand new hardware because you paid for something, right? You could tell me now I got to file and cut it, but it's the nature of that wrought iron stuff. These guys are working in 1/4 inches, not 16ths or 30 seconds. And they're very important because they're extreme. They're absolutely artistic with their welding skill. So when you stand 10 feet back, it looks gorgeous. But if you get up close with a loop, you'll see things that I wish that was the case. Having said that, a plate can always be custom fabricated. I'm not trying to shill, but I'm just making you aware that if it's egregious, I can have someone punch a plate.
Okay. Well, that's cool. That's good to know too. I mean, it might be a good finishing touch to do is just get it done right. I'm not sure what the cost is, but that might be a kind of a smart move, just aesthetically. But well, cool, man. Well, yeah. Well, let me know what you think of the video when I sent it over, and then we'll go from there. I can call STC also, but I just figured I'd call you first and check with you first.
Yeah, no, I need to know what's going on, so I will review and I will advise.
Okay, great. Thanks, Richard. Take care, man.
Yes, sir. You too, sir. Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right, bye.
Here is the video that the client provided.
It should be like right there. Basically.
Yeah, it just slips out.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
It looks like the client has the proper cam installed, but I've emailed the client. Yeah, it definitely looks like the client has the right cam installed, but I'm asking that they send me a photograph of what the back of that cam is. If it's an Adams right cam, it's probably it's certainly the wrong cam, and it would need a standard cam. But I want to know what's on the back of that before I go back to the factory. So let's get that photograph, and we'll move on from there.
To try it out yet, but hopefully that fixes the issue on that thing.
Sure.
But I had another question that just came up. The gate person building the gates with those trine electric strikes.
Okay.
And he brought up, he said, hey, this one appears to be a left-hand strike. I didn't realize there was a right-hand, left-hand orientation to him. He showed me on the box, he said, yeah, this one says left-hand. We're probably going to need a left hand and a right hand. And so I was curious if you knew, are they, I guess they're specific like that, or are they able to be swapped around somehow?
I don't recall the strike, so let me look it up.
I think they're the EN400, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they are definitely a handed product.
Okay. Well, let me ping you back then on what exactly we're going to need. But I think I'm correct in the sense that I think you sent two left-handed. Then I need to find the second one. I think it's in my storage unit. But I think they're both left-handed because I think you just had on the order form ×2. So I'm assuming they're the same.
Oh. No. Now, bear with me one moment. This is not handed. I mean, you call out the hand when you detail a piece of hardware, but this is non-handed. You can flip this right over. So there's no trouble with an EN400. Field reverse. Yeah. Okay. So it's coming back to me. They are field reversible.
How do you reverse it? Because the guy seemed puzzled by it. He was like, I don't think it's reversible. He's like, it says in the box, left hand.
Yeah. They're definitely going to ship to the project handed, but they are field reversible. It's going to involve the first time I did it, I wanted to drown kittens. It wasn't easy because there was no published information. I think I made a video of me doing it to make it easy for other people. You basically have to slide a component over to make it go in the other direction to lock the keeper, depending on the movement of the solenoid inside. And the instructions. Now, this is probably 2 years ago. The instructions are very clear on how to do it. They just are. And that's how you field reverse it. If you all want to ship it back to me, I'll do it and I'll send it back to you, but it is absolutely field reversible.
Okay. And are there instructions on their website or something? Do you know?
The answer is yes, and I am looking at, this is like PTSD. I'm looking at it and I'm going to send this to you, because it was hot. It was like 82 degrees in the shop and I was sweating. It was awful. So I'm going to email these to you right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I'll check it out and see. I'll give it a go, and if I have challenges, I'll ping you back. But hopefully,
yeah. It can only go back together one way, but at a moment you're going to wish you had three hands, if I recall correctly.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'm sorry, I made it more intimidating than it really is. It's they're meant to be field reversed. That's the bottom line. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, dude. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too, sir. Bye-bye.
Okay, this video is to go through the rehanding of a Trine EN 400 strike. This client ordered the strike from us, and the hand was not determined at the time of order, and the client needed to send something back to us. There was an electric deadbolt that was, long story short, it had to go back to the manufacturer to be reworked, remanufactured. So this is obviously fail. Aha, that's what it is. Yeah, it's obviously fail secure. So right now, the electric deadbolt had to go back to the manufacturer to get reworked. And he said, hey, would you mind if I ship back the strike for you to rehand? I said, yeah, that's no problem. Wires must face up for unit to operate. Okay, I don't recall the particulars of this job very well. I don't remember what we did on this. And let's take a look and see. Now I believe I've rehanded these in the past, and I recall it being less than the most captivating way to spend my time. But this slider, part 3, has to be flipped over. Yeah, indeed, it is called slider. And I think the spring also has to be reversed, if I recall correctly. Yeah, okay. Right hand assembly and left hand assembly. They're right. They're here. So disassemble the back cover and the solenoid of the left hand configured EN strike using the assembly pin. So we're right here. Disassemble the black cover and the solenoid of the left hand configured EN strike. Using the assembly pin, push the latch pivot pin out. Take the latch and spring and the slider guard out of the frame. Yeah, there's lots of pages here. Lots of steps. Align the slider with the pick guard ribs as shown. Assemble slider guard over the slider. Yeah, you've lost me. Pass the long leg of a spring through the rectangular hole on the frame and let the latch assembly drop to position where all the pivot holes line up. Insert latch pivot pin, making sure that the flared pin head is towards the right as shown. Assemble the solenoid and secure it with the solenoid screw. Okay. So let's do this. Let's just investigate what this thing looks like. We know it's left hand because this is a fail secure. Strike is indeed what it is. It's fail secure, and the keeper's locked. If we turn it upside down, it's no longer locked. So we know it's a left hand because we know it's fail secure. I know that it's fail secure. we are going to need some screwdrivers, so I will grab that. Yeah, this is the type of keeper for a cylindrical or mortise lock, the type of electric strike. This I'm sure will work with 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch projection because of the depth of that keeper. They've got the entire rear removed, so let's do that as well. Let's remove these 2 screws and see what happens. You know, the bottom line is this was assembled by hand, so we really can't get ourselves in too much trouble. The issue is you end up sometimes removing screws that you don't need to. Looks like somebody started to take that one apart. The client's installer may have said, pass. We've got 3 different size screws here, actually. Small, medium, and long. This, the longest one, came from here. The smallest one came from here. The middle length came from here. So I'm going to put those back in order that I took them out. It might need a little bit of coaxing to come out. Let me get my coaxing tool. Yeah, it's just down there tightly, that's all. Okay, so that stainless sheet metal cover has come off. And I know what they're referring to. Yeah. And it's also nice to be able to also figure out why it works and why it doesn't work. Yeah. So, you know, what you have here is your coil. And what happens is, yeah, it's pretty simple and straightforward. You know what? Let's Let's demonstrate why this works. This is 12 volt DC. Let's go to the effort and demonstrate why this works. Well, here's what's going to happen. The slider is down in here. And when we energize the coil, a magnetic field is going to be built up inside of that. And it's clearly going to force the slider to move to unlock strike. So when it energizes, the slider will come up. So right now it's locked. When it's energized, the slider will have to come up, allowing that keeper to be in an unsecured condition. It's really amazing electricity in the sense that it's really all about how magnetism is created in an electric field. It's just everything. Transformers, it work exactly that way. The way that you charge your phone is exactly that. A magnetic field is built. You run electricity through a coil that induces, and I've learned and forgotten the terms many times, but that induces another magnetic field. It induces the magnetic field when you plug your charger in, the touchless chargers, the magnetic chargers, whatever. I know Android had them before Apple did. It creates a magnetic field. You put your phone down on there, it creates a magnetic phone in your phone, allowing you to then charge. That's just how that works. It's just simply brilliant. I should say the people who thought it up. Let me go grab a power supply and let's play with this. I went and fetched a Lochnetics, I went and fetched a Lochnetics 510. I have a cable that I can then plug in. So let's move these parts out of the way. I'd like to demonstrate how this actually works. I'd like to see it actually work. So I'm just going to plug in our incoming power. Yeah, TB2. This is where hot and neutral will go. This you can't see that. It's TB2 right here. These terminals. So let me just get our wires connected here, and also connect our ground as well. Polarity is not mandatory for AC voltage, but they want the left terminal to be for hot or black, and the right terminal to be for neutral or white. I don't know what the output terminals are here, but it's surely marked. Boy, it would be handy to have a smaller pair of hands, I guess, once in a while. Make it work. This strike is 12 volt DC. I don't think I have a plug-in transformer that's 12 volt DC. I shouldn't have pulled it all the way out. Got it started back in there. I'm going to try to snake that wire underneath the head of the terminal screw. Okay. Got the black wired in. Get the white wired in now, or the neutral. No problem. I'm going to wire the ground as well, since we're here. I'll tell you, I would not want to work inside of power supplies all day long, that's for sure. Just, it's not fun. And because I don't work in them all day long, that's why I'm not very proficient in working in them all day long. Alright, we got that threaded into the back plane. Now, bottom line is, oh, I don't have a voltmeter here. Shoot. Both of my multimeters are at home. So if this doesn't work, I won't be able to tell you why. I don't have a voltmeter. If that's the case, I will pause this video and we'll pick it up again on Monday. Pardon me, today's Saturday. I'm going to plug in the power supply. it's plugged in. Yeah, I've got a green light, and a green light I mean, sometimes the lights are red. I mean, I know that means something. Yeah, output power indicator, green light. So I've got a green light, which is right there. Got a green light on my power supply. So I've got output voltage. Now I know that the jumpers are set to 12 volts because I can see that they're set to 12 volts right there. That jumper is set to, or slider, I suppose, is set to 12 volts. And someone just texted me, so okay, not a problem. Yeah. All right, so let us take a look now. On my description of the output terminal block, looks like terminals 5 and 10 are the output. No, 3 and 4. No. Oh no, I'm looking at the dual control module. Yeah, on the main board, 1 and 2 are standby battery. 3 and 4 are the emergency override. 5 and 10 apparently are the output power. 5 is negative, so that's where the black wire will go. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be for jumper is removed only if ER option is used. Okay. Yeah, so let's try to just plug this in. I do not. I've got a white and a white-orange wire on this. I don't know what that is, so let's consult the installation instructions. I mean, not that much is going to happen on here out of the presence of anything to happen. Okay, so this is 12 volt DC. You got 2 orange stripe. Are these? Yeah, they're both white orange. Yeah, I don't have my. It would be nice if I had my voltmeter. Because it's not. We can't really tell what's happening. Let's get that put in there. Yeah, okay. All right, so what we're going to do is look at the instructions to confirm our output terminals. Okay. Yeah, where it's 1 and 2 are control switch. Okay, that's the DCM. That's the TDM. I'm looking through the manual of the power supply to make sure of what my output terminals are. C notes, okay. Okay, 12 volts. Figure C, we've got a fail secure lock. Single, yeah, 5 and 10. That's for fail safe. Fail secure, yeah, it's going to be, yeah. So the only difference there is going to be that our contacts, our switches would be normally closed, held open. Normally closed, held open is going to give you a locked condition until you power or close the circuit and then unlock the lock temporarily. Yeah, so it's 5 and 10. There's no doubt about that. It's definitely what it's saying. Okay, so we're locked. And 10. Yeah, I'm getting, don't know why I'm getting nothing out of this. What is this? 12 and 24 volts. Yeah, let's look. And unfortunately, I can't tell you if we have output power truly. So we might just pause this till Monday. We may not be getting output power here. Okay, so yeah, we're going to have to confirm where we have output voltage and then go from there. I took both of my multimeters are at home because I'm working on an article regarding pursuing the EHC credential, the electrical hardware consultant credential. And something's not exactly right with this power supply. Actually, what it could be is because we have the EIR, the emergency interface relay, I may not be jumpered, is what could be the problem. That could be the issue. So I'm going to pause this video. It won't seem like a time delay to you at all. But we will pick this up in 2 days' time when I'm able to determine where my output voltage is. But jumper is removed only if the EIR option. Yeah, so we are not hooked up to an EIR, and there is supposed to be a jumper between 5 and 9. If EIR option is used, the output power to the lock will be interrupted upon activation of the EIR. Sure. Well, actually, suppose that really shouldn't matter. So we're going to pick this up when I can get my multimeter here and determine why we don't have action. And quite frankly, when you're troubleshooting a circuit, yeah, it took a little bit of time for that LED to go out. When you're troubleshooting a circuit, quite frankly, the first thing is, do I have power? And right now I don't know if I have power, so we have to determine where is our power. Let's pick this up come Monday. If you are enjoying this video, please click thumbs up or like, and also please consider subscribing to our channel. Let's move on to the rest of the video. Okay, well it is now Monday morning, and I have brought my trusty multimeter, one of my two. So the bottom line is I wasn't getting, as you recall, output voltage at all from our power supply. And the power supply is this Locknetics 510. And the bottom line is we're getting a green indicator telling us that we have output power, but the instructions in the lid literally tell us, it shows us the output terminal, or you know, the terminal block, description of that output terminal block. Jumper is removed only if ER option is used. We're not using the ER option, which is terminals 3 and 4. We don't have an emergency interface relay, we don't have a connection to a fire panel. That's going to open this circuit, dropping off power to anything that this is powering. So we don't have that, which means there was no jumper. Well, now there is. Before I started this, I jumped, according to the instructions, to 5 and 9. So at 5 and 9, I've got a jumper wire on that. My output terminals are 5 and 10. 5 is negative and 10 is positive. You can't see 5 and 10. Doesn't matter. So on my multimeter, I'm going to set it to volt DC, to the range that I expect, which on this is 200. It's 220, 200, or 1,000. So I'm expecting, well, actually, no, I'm expecting to see 12 volts. So I'm going to turn it to 20. I'm expecting to see 12 volts because I have it slid over to 12 volt. So 5 is the negative terminal. So I'm going to put my negative probe on the 5th terminal. And then my positive terminal is 10. Yes. There you go. 13.75 volts. So now I know I've got output voltage coming off my terminal block. 10% plus or minus is typical. Okay. Why is that a little heavy? Well, it's not unusual for a power supply to produce more voltage right off the bat, because you know that you're going to have a loss in terms of resistance. You know, you're going to have ohms resistance is measured in ohms, and you know you're going to have a loss, a resistance loss. So now, where did all this start? I wanted to simply show you how this worked. And what I'm predicting is, with the coil installed, is the locking slider is going to move when you power the coil. What's going to happen is it'll force that to happen. When I power the coil, so right now it's left hand, so it's locked. When I lift the locking slider, I'm now unlocked. And obviously what has to happen is when this is powered, that's going to click. So I'm going to run my power. I'm going to touch my leads to 5 and 10. Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's definitely clicking. Actually, let's put it this way. You'll be able to see it move. Yeah, did you see that? I think you can see it. Yeah, focus right here. And that's the action. That's the only thing that's happening there. When our switch, whatever our switch is, passive infrared, keypad, doorbell button, key switch, card reader, whatever, it's going to energize. That magnetic field is going to create... a magnetic field will be created in the coil, and it's going to force this piece of steel to be attracted to the metal coil. And that small movement is all that's required to unlock that. Okay? That's all. So, I've demonstrated that that works. Yeah, well, what I was trying to do was to show you that it was unlocked, and the keeper was unlocked. So, we know how it works. Now what we have to do is go about reversing it, and that's what we're going to do next. And it basically requires pulling the pins out, pulling the slider out, pulling the spring out, pulling the slider guide out, and simply flipping that slider, that locking slider over is really all it is. So, that's what we're going to move to now. I will leave this power supply right here for a future job, future demonstration. Okay, now let's physically take this apart and get to work on that. If you've not hit subscribe yet, we would very much appreciate if you did, and hopefully you're enjoying this video. Now, let's get back to it. Oh. Okay, now it is most definitely quite true that I've not done this in a while, but let's see if we can get through it. So, all I've done is I've removed the coil from the unit, and I know based on the installation instructions we have to push the latch pivot pin out with the assembly pin is what we have to do. So, let's break an egg. Oh, okay, so it's all one piece, okay. Alright, so we're going to need to remove this, that much I know. Just going to put that down right there. That spring, the slider guard. Let's pull the spring out. Pull the slider guard out. As far as I know, all we need to do is to reverse that. You can only go back in one way. Put the guard back in. Put that spring back in there just the way we found it. Yeah, that spring's going to fit inside of here. Then we're going to push the pin all the way through. I highly doubt this is going to work the first time, because I remember the first time I did it, it took me a month of Sundays to get it back together. And this video is to kind of help teach me again as to how I went about and did it. Actually, I might actually have it back together correctly. Okay, so I can see down in here I'm not able to push the pin back in because I know that my spring is jostled loose. Yeah, and this is what I recall being difficult, getting that to sit there and be nice, behave. Okay, I mean it worked. Oh, nope, I had it. The spring jumped on me. I rotated it. Okay, so all I'm doing is pushing that back down in there, and I'm holding the spring in with my finger. And I'm going to make that tip of that spring go right back into that slot where it was. After after we push the slider back in. Let's see about getting that back in there. Okay. I'm going to hold that down. I'm not going to rotate it. And when I look down in that hole, it appears as if I've got the spring lined up with the backside of the keeper. And the latch pin, I'm going to put in the opposite direction, from the opposite end, which I believe is what the instructions tell us to do. Want to go back in there. I can see because my keeper is not seated down properly, and it's probably because the slider is in a bad spot. Yeah, it is. Let's pull that pin out, and let's try all that again. Yeah, so the spring moved on me, that's for sure. And if I recall correctly, I actually used a tool the spring moved. I actually used a tool to get all of this held in together. I think what I did was I slipped something like this down in the opposite end to hold it together until I pushed the latch pin down in. Ah! I had it, I think. Ah. Nope, the spring fell over. No. There must be a trick I'm missing. Pass the long leg of the spring through the rectangular hole on the frame and let the latch assembly drop to position. Okay. So I think what they're... Oh, it's not going to work like that. Although it was just like that. I wonder if I actually am doing this more difficultly than it needs to be. Yeah, no, I'm not. That needs to be compressed. You son of a gun. Pass the long leg of the spring through the rectangular hole on the frame and let the latch assembly drop to position where all the pivot holes line up. Uh-huh. That is easier said than done. That's where it's starting to creep out. Right there. Oh, sure. It'd be all right if it just stayed in place. Right hand assembly fails secure. Yeah, we've got it incorrect. Yeah, I see what's happening. You know, that slider's got to be completely clear inside of here for this to be able to rotate. That's the bottom line. The amount that's open on the slider guard, this piece of stainless, when that slider moves, it's going to prevent the keeper from rotating. So we can understand how it functions, which is important to being able to put it back together naturally. Pass the long leg of the spring through the rectangular hole on the frame and let the latch assembly drop to position where all the pivot holes line up. Well, doing what they said, I'm going to let that pass. Oh, you know what? I wonder. Could that be? Could it be this, that simple? No. Definitely not that simple. No. That's how it's got to go in, because that's the only way. And I can tell you what the issue is that I can't, my finger's too thick to get the spring seated and get the finger pulled out at the same time. That's the problem. We will be sure, we will be absolutely sure to get the hand from the client the next time. Okay, that's all in place. Now, if I had a tool small enough, actually, no, that won't work. If I had a very small pin, I could slide that assembly pin in there. I could hold it together while I snuck it in, and then drove that pin out. I bet that's how they do it at the factory. I might have something. That would certainly be the answer to this. An assembly pin. That's the problem. Right there. Yeah, you know, and many times when you're working on things, especially locksmithing equipment, you do need 3 hands, it seems. So close. So that, oh, nope. Oh, I think, nope. No, I didn't. Spring folds over on me. Bet that's how they do it. And in fact, yeah, they do have an assembly pin mentioned here, and that's the problem. We're trying to do it without an assembly pin. That might have got it. Maybe. Nope. All right, we are gonna need to come up with an assembly pin. That's all there is to it. Oh, They include one. Son of a gun. You know, maybe that's why it took me so long last time. What's the moral of the story? Read the installation instructions. Going to put the spring the way it is, going to stick an assembly pin through there, which now keeps it. My problem was getting my finger out before the spring popped out. With the assembly pin, it sits super nice. Super nice. Now we'll drive our latch pin in. And that goes in really easy. This is in the up position for a right hand or left hand reverse. Okay, it's locked. If I turn it upside down, it's now unlocked. Okay, so the moral of the story is if you don't have this, you need to make one. Unless your finger can be compressed to about 1/8 of an inch, you're going to need an assembly pin. Okay, so an assembly pin is the key. So then what happens is our coil goes back in. I'm going to say that it can only go in one way. Yeah. Then what I'm going to do... No, hold on. Hold the phone. It has to be up on the top because it's a right hand. There's only one way for that to go back together. Okay. Well, at least I discovered the issue independently. And I guess the point is of that painful exercise is that we must be extremely mindful. I guess what I was trying to drive home is that taking it apart and learning how it works, understanding how it works, allows us to solve the problem. And okay, we've got that put together. The wires are coming out nicely. We had 3 screws, if you recall. The first one we took out was here, and then second and third, so in reverse order, because if you recall, they were different sizes. Really short one. That does not like going in there. That longer one's for sure going to go here. Yeah, I don't believe that that's supposed to have that short of a screw because it doesn't go back together very well. In fact, it does look as if someone took this apart before I attempted to do it because the screw is stripped a little bit. And I don't believe that this is broken, but it may be. That screw is just too short for that, so I will replace that before we send it to the client. Yeah, so we've got a screw. It's a right hand is the bottom line. From your perspective, left hand reverse or right hand. It's locked. I turn it upside down, it's unlocked, which means that the slider moves real nice. So what is the ultimate test? Obviously to pull out our 510. Plug it in, make sure it works. Getting output voltage, and if it was, I believe it was 5 and 10 that we needed for the terminals. You won't be able to see that slider anymore, but it's locked. I can hear the slider move. It definitely moves. Terminal 5. Stay there. Probably can't hear it move, but I sure can. So that definitely works. So I do have some really tiny screws. This looks like it is quite frankly, a screw for an armor front. So I will pull that out and replace that. So what was the moral of the story? When you drive out the latch pin, you need to have the assembly pin, which was in the hardware. And as I'm looking at the installation instructions, I'm saying, yeah, we need a piece of material. We need a bar short enough to slide in here so it'll hold the spring in place. And I know the first time I did this, I think I was able to get lucky and just get my finger out with setting the spring down so it didn't collapse and fall out of the cavity on us. So the key is you need the assembly pin. If you've got the assembly pin, you'll be able to do 100 of these an hour. No doubt about it. Okay, that tells you how to reverse this, even though a quite long-winded scenario, but now you know what to do. That's advantageous. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for watching, and if you've enjoyed this video, please click thumbs up, please subscribe, and maybe even send the video to someone that you know. Thank you. So in this project, the electric deadbolts that were made by SDC were made at the wrong back set. 1 3/4 is what they ought to have been, but they made it at 1 7/8. And I think the client has a total of 3 electric deadbolts on the job. And there was a problem with the standard cam on the back of the mortise cylinder throwing the slide block so that it can retract. Throwing the slide block so that the bolt can be retracted. Basically, in the bird's mouth preparation, the cam would slip out. And then the bolt would project back out again. So this is the cam, this is the bird's mouth and the slide block. And that's what would happen. So we sent it. The only answer that I came up with here was to basically, this was good. This was fully retracted. But what was happening is it was slipping out. The only answer I had was to, in the back of the mortise cylinder, drill a hole and insert a roll pin to prevent, once I knew the hand of the of the lock and the degree of rotation, but not the degree, the direction of rotation to retract the bolt, I could limit how far the cam would rotate, and that would solve the problem. But it was best to contact SDC and say, listen, here's what we need. We need to maintain 1 7/8 backset because that's what these gates are already drilled for. So I imagine what they did was created a new slide block that gave them a greater width, that was basically greater dimension, so that there was no possibility of the cam slipping out. It was just too far set back so that it would slip out. I imagine that that's what they did. They probably CNC milled a new Delrin or whatever high-tech plastic slide block is there. They've shipped that back to the customer. The customer had the EN400 strike from me for their gate application, and it was ordered as a left hand, and either the conversation was that they're going to reverse the hand if they need to, but it was definitely a different hand. Actually, the gate was initially called out as a right-hand reverse, so that's going to give us a left-hand strike. The client said, yeah, we need the opposite hand. So somewhere, if I'm recalling their drawing correctly, they changed their drawing. They changed their application. So the video that comes right after this is a painful video of me rehanding the strike, and painful only because I didn't read the installation instructions. There's an included tool that when you use that tool, it takes a 30-minute job and makes it a 3-minute job. So if you want to watch the next 20 or 30 or 40 minutes of me rehanding that strike, great. Move to the end. You're looking for the axle pin, I think is what it's called. It's a temporary inserted roll pin that will allow you to keep the spring in place while you put the keeper back into the housing so that you can slide the axle pin, or the strike pin in, I think is what it's called. So I would let you know in advance the next portion of this video is going to be that, and then after that I'm going to be calling the client because I think we're done with this job and getting a last debrief, so to speak. So hopefully after the rehand will be the debrief, and then we'll be done. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did I catch an okay time?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Hey, I had a new thing for you. Thanks again for the SDC lock and the reversing that trine. I haven't installed either yet. Unfortunately, I ran into some other issues with the gates. Had some issues that had to get corrected, and they're coming out tomorrow, I believe, to re-weld a big section of it. So they it was like too crazy heavy, so it ended up having some hinge issues. But and then the SDC, they're actually having to redo that door for the third door. The other two are great, but the third one, which is what this one's for, they actually, when I tried to put it in, it has an issue with it. But the reason I was calling was because I'm trying to get my locks ordered for the house, and I'm trying to use EVVA MCF locks, which I don't know. Are you familiar with those?
Who is it again?
It's a brand called EVVA, and I had never heard of it either. But it's an Austrian lock brand, and I started, basically the way this process went is I started looking at Lockpick Lawyer. I don't know if you've ever watched that guy, but yeah, it's really entertaining. But he breaks, the Medicos and the multi-locks and all those things, and it's like 30 seconds he's beat them all, and so one of the ones that then there's this list of like locks that like pretty much no one has been able to bypass or defeat, and one of those on that list is a brand. I think one of the more normal ones is one called this EVVA brand out of Austria, and it's just like it's the same price relatively as multi-lock, but it's a magnetic key. So the key looks like a normal key, but it actually has magnets built into it that basically pull pins in like weird ways, and so it makes it really difficult to manipulate the lock and defeat it. And so again, I'm kind of a security nerd, so that's hence why all this ridiculousness. So anyways, it's all good. I'm going to order those mortise cylinders for those SDC locks. But the one wrinkle that came up was, that door to the garage is a normal, it's a normal solid core door, right? And we had from the builder, they had put that M-Tech doorknob on it, and we were going to integrate that with that Von Duprin, I think it was a 6211 electric strike that you sold me, right? The problem with this EVVA brand is they don't make a key, they don't make a cylinder lock that fits a doorknob. So their recommendation was, hey, swap that doorknob out for like a mortise box, like you'd find in Europe, where that can accept a more traditional cylinder, like a mortise cylinder type, like we're going to put on the SDCs. And then you won't have a problem, and that'll integrate with the Von Duprin. And then if you ever want to use the key instead of the Von Duprin, you can use the key to essentially manually bypass the electric strike, Just was curious if before I went and did, I Googled it, door mortise systems, and I see a bunch of these options, but I figured, as usual, you typically kind of know everything instead of me having to Google it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. It's basically a Miwa, a Japanese situation, and I've got a Miwa somewhere in my collection. It's push and pull with magnets, and it's cool. I really don't know if you need to exert yourself on that technology is probably 50 years old. To exert yourself to that extreme in the sense of 10 years from now needing a key, you can't get it, because no one's going to stand there and try to pick your locks. And key control, you can get that, and not go so far. So multi-lock I would go with the MTL 800 for multi-lock first. It's got, the patent protection goes to like 2035, and they've got multiple technologies that aren't 5 decades old. Anyway, what cylinders you end up using, that's great. That magnetic stuff is super cool. You just want to be able to get a key blank, or a key cut for yourself in 5 or 10 years. So unless you've got a lock shop where, within 20 miles of where you live, you might want to pick someone, you know what I mean? So anyway.
Yeah.
So on your garage.
So but I guess, so let's just go with that simple route. So like if I do, you said the MTL 600, is that what you said?
I'd go with the 800. The patent protection is out for, it's the latest and greatest for multi-lock.
Okay. Well, do they make I guess the two questions are, do they make a black mortise cylinder that we can replace those kind of cheapo ones that we used as placeholders? And then 2, do they make a solution for a doorknob so that we could use the same key with that door to the garage?
Yes to both. You're going to need to replace the M-Tech with something that could take a cylinder from multi-lock, but you're not going to have to go with anything that won't already utilize the holes that are in that door already.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, well, cool. Well, I think whenever you get a chance, if you could just quote that out for me, I think I'd want, those 3 mortise cylinders for those doors. The ones you sent me look like they're an inch length, but I think we have some flexibility with that, with those SDCs, because I can put little rings on the outside, to fill that gap. Yeah, I think 3 of those, and then whatever doorknob, like ideally a black doorknob, again, would be great, but whatever doorknob replacement you have for that garage door would be great.
Yeah, it would be, exactly. The mortise cylinders, we don't have a lot of option in terms of lengths, well, we do. I mean, okay. But we'll select the shortest length so the collars are the smallest. How did SDC fix that electric deadbolt? Because I didn't see it. It went straight to you.
I mean, I don't know, but they just sent it back. I haven't been able to try it yet, but it looks like it just looks the same. Hey, let me call you back. I'm so sorry. I got to take this call. It's from work. I'll call you back, Richard. Thank you.
I'm not here the rest of the
That's what the outside looks like. Oops. So outside is unlocked right now. So if I lock this, which, it's locked, as soon as you turn this, it unlocks. There appears to be no way to permanently lock it. As soon as this gets used once, it unlocks. That's the problem.
Harry.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. Yourself?
I'm doing well. Did you get my voicemail?
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah. I sent you an email saying just give me a call when you get a chance to talk.
Okay, cool. Yep. Right on. Yeah, so what are your thoughts?
It's not exactly clear what function you want on the garage door's got the Von Duprin strike.
Yep, and the gate has the trine strike.
Okay.
So they're both the same. I mean, there's no difference in operation between the two, really.
Yeah, well, generally.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you'd have a storeroom lock, generally, would be the function, where it's always locked on the outside, and you always need a key to come in, unless you are allowed in, via access control.
And that's what we bought for the gate outside.
Okay.
I think it even said storeroom on your description,
Yep.
that when you ordered it for us. But the problem is it doesn't function that way. I mean, like I said, as soon as it's not always locked on the outside, as soon as you use the inside one time, it unlocks the outside. So then you have to relock the inside, and then you get one more chance, and then it unlocks again, and then you have to relock it. And so it's not really a storeroom lock like that. Unless there's some sort of switch on it that lets you deactivate this like safety. It's almost like they didn't want you to get locked out or something, so it auto unlocks when you pass through it. Or actually, it's even kind of weird because it's like, I don't know. I don't even understand why it does that, really.
Let's take a look. Yeah, so you've got a 1804. You've got 3 exit locks. Was that ever turned into an order? Okay.
Yeah, I know I got way more than I needed from you, and I just have a bunch of stuff sitting around, honestly. But
yeah, I mean the 4605 by Yale. Let's see. Okay, 4605. Yeah, so, and on the exterior gate, you've got a lever on both sides?
No, it's a knob. Remember, we went to the knob route because
oh yeah,
we didn't want someone to bypass it.
Let's look. Let's see what was sent.
It seems to me it was a Schlag, but I might be misrecalling that. I can send you a video of the operation of it if it's helpful.
Yeah, maybe. Let's take a look.
Let me just do that quick. I'll call you right back. Let me just take a video. I can't video while I'm on the phone. I'll call you right back.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
The bottom line is that description is storeroom, but the part number is entrance. And that's why you have something that will, when you put the key in and turn it, it'll always stay locked though, right? Unless you turn the thumb turn?
No, as soon as you use the doorknob one time from the inside, it just pops the thumb turn back. Like the thumb turn won't stay locked. I remember seeing a lock like this when I was a kid. But it just basically, there's no way to rig the thumb turn where it doesn't unlock automatically when you turn the knob.
Yeah, bear with me. What you need is that 51 in the part number has to be a 80 is the proper part number that's there, and that's why you've got the wrong lock, because I used the plain language storeroom and then gave them the part number for a entrance lock. So key locked by unlocked by key from outside when outer knob is locked by thumb turn. Inside knob lever always unlocked. F51. Yeah, that's an A function. So it's not the right function for a. It is not the proper function for an electric strike. The electric strike should always stay locked. So that it definitely should be changed to a unit that has nothing on the inside but a blank knob.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you ought to have gotten, not what was shipped.
Okay. One other thing before we replace it is just if you check the video, one of the other kind of design things that just kind of came up in the field, once is just if you notice the way that they fabricated the gate, and if you watch that video, is the way that they fabricated that gate, you kind of have to the knob is kind of inset around the gate, and it would be more ideal if the knob was a little beefier. Like if it stuck out a little bit further, if it wasn't so dainty. It's kind of like a little mini doorknob when you put it in your hand, and it feels really cheap compared to the gate. Like it's one of those, some doorknobs, some door hardware just feels super solid, rigid, industrial, and some feels kind of crappy. Well, this one just feels kind of cheap, and it just when you're kind of using it in concert with that gate, it just doesn't feel like the right knob for the gate. It feels like a mistake.
That is definitely a residential lock. There's no doubt. The locks that you're describing are several hundreds of dollars. And it can be done. The lock that I quoted you earlier today was a standard duty commercial, not the heavy duty commercial, which would probably double the cost of that lock. But, it's meant to be used. It's going to feel in your hand like you're holding a substantial piece of hardware, not something that is going to slightly wiggle in your hand when you rotate it.
Okay. Well, I think for this specific gate, I think we need something heavy duty. So we need one of those, and whatever your best price is on it, and obviously in black as well. And it doesn't really matter the key system on it. Like I'm never going to use the key,
Right.
So I don't really care about that as long as it's not easily pickable,
Yeah, Yale has their massive 5300 series. The problem with Schlage is they don't offer what you want in the finish is the problem. Yeah,
and I'm not brand specific on this one.
5400, yeah. Okay, yeah, heavy duty grade, yeah, that's going to feel like a massive lock. So 5400. CA, PSP. Okay, so what I don't know on that gate is what back set. Oh no, I do know that because I know the box that was sent, so I can determine that. So we need to determine the right back set. On the door with the Von Duprin electric strike, do you want the same caliber as what you're going to put on that gate, or a step down?
Well, yeah, I think we can step down because that door is a standard solid core door.
Yeah.
It's not a 800-pound gate door.
Right.
I mean, that gate is super heavy. So, you know, that this is, you know, we don't need anything like that for this other door.
Okay. So on that one, I'll have to have you tell me what the back set is, where you're removing the MTech lock. That dimension I don't know. And
that dimension is just the distance from the edge of the door to the middle of the knob. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just measure that real time for you.
Yep.
Just so we can accomplish things here. As long as I can find it. I saw a tape measure a bit ago. Where did I see it? We just moved, so I have everything everywhere. Have you all seen a tape measure? Oh, thank you so much. Way to come prepared. Jeez, it's awesome. Oh, sorry. You all good? Oh, good catch. All right, let's do this. So it looks like it appears to be 2.5 inches or slightly shorter than that.
Yeah,
does that sound right?
Perfect. Yep, that's perfect.
2.5 inches. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, great. Sure. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it. So, right. Okay. So, okay. And what are you going to do about the hole for that deadbolt? You're going to put a deadbolt in there, I imagine?
I mean, that's what I was kind of curious to get your 2 cents on. Because, you know, we got this big Von Duprin strike. We got this new knob with lock, which is going to take the multi-lock, right? You know, so do we really need a deadbolt going to the garage? And, you know, and then what do we put there?
Yeah, and it just might be that a deadbolt is the least expensive way to fill that hole. You know, short of either filling and repainting the door or replacing the door. Yes, normally you'd have a deadbolt. That doesn't mean you need one. But
then should we do a privacy deadbolt, one that only has a thumb turn on the inside and nothing on the outside?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can definitely do that, but you're still going to have the hole problem.
But on the inside, then you just have a cover plate, and then on the inside you just have a thumb turn, right, with a mechanism. Mechanism? Yeah, you could put a thumb turn only that would have a plate on the outside. Yes. I mean, is that what you'd do, or what do you think? Because if we do a key deadbolt, then it's going to be a little bit weird, because then I have to either buy another multi-lock cylinder from you, or it'll be a different key. In which case, then it's like we're definitely never going to use it, because it's just, you know what I mean? It's just so. Yeah, the key phrase is we're never going to use it. So I would need to fill that hole. I would probably opt to fill it with a thumb turn only. Yeah, and just a deadbolt, but just with a thumb turn only, and on the inside of the garage, just putting like a black cover plate. Yeah, let me look at the Yale. Yeah, exactly correct. Let me look at the Yale book and make sure that they have that D series thumb turn. Yeah, that's easy. It's a 241. Yeah, that is super easy, and they'll do that in the black finish as well. Yeah, D241. Okay.
P. Yeah. Okay. Well, unless there's something else, I think I understand all of the requirements.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. And then, I guess. Sorry, one last question is just the key mechanism for the beefy industrial knob that you're speccing. What will that be? Just curious. Is it just be Yale's cylinder?
Well, something has to go in there. I'll probably tell them, the Yale Para keyway would be their standard keyway. I would tell them probably to supply it with a Schlage cylinder, a Schlage keyway cylinder, just so that you don't now have 3 keyways on the job. You'd have only 2.
Where's the other Schlage though that you're thinking?
Well, aren't there 2 other locks that you have somewhere that are the same?
Actually, I'm really glad we went down this talk track because I totally forgot about the front personnel gate. So if you remember this side gate that I sent you a video of, that's kind of the second most used personnel gate, and it's way less used than the front one. And the front one doesn't exist yet, but it's going to be built in the next 4 weeks. So we had originally bought 2 knobs from you, one for that side, and that's already installed, and then the one for the front. I think we're going to need to double this heavy-duty knob because we're going to need one for that front gate, especially. Same operation. And that one has the trine strike as well.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. And then in that case, you'll be left with, I think, no other keyed locks.
Yeah, so it'll just be these. Yeah, it'll just be these and the multi-lock.
Yeah, so I would just leave it as the native Yale keyway. There'd be no reason to change it.
Yeah, I mean, is that still fairly good security? It's not 4 seconds bypass type thing, right?
I suppose it depends on the person doing the bypass. There's nothing inherently special about the technology. It doesn't give you any measurable. I would say that in a very tiny sense, the keyway, the broaching in the cylinder plug is more paracentric, meaning it's more zigzag. Okay. So that is inherently, superior to one that's less paracentric. But no one's going to stand there with lock picking tools, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't.
But if they did, it wouldn't. To someone who's, aren't we just going to climb the fence at that point?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Let's roll with this. Yeah, and then sounds like a good plan all around.
Okay. I'm going to put the revised total together. I'll send it to you. Reply back with affirmation, and I'll process the order upon receipt of that affirmation.
Okay. And what is how many keys did I say?
Well, on all the multi-lock stuff, it's 5. And, the Yale stuff that's just backup, so that'll come with 2 keys per cylinder. Okay.
And 5 seems right? Okay. Just 2 of us live here, so.
Yeah, I personally would think 5. I mean, those keys are expensive. And I unless you have relatives that you need to give keys out to, I would probably stick at 5.
Okay, let's do it. Sounds good, Richard. Thanks so much for the help.
Oh, yes, sir. All right, I'll send you an email shortly.
Okay, thanks again.
Bye.
Doing well. Hey, I just wanted to check in quick. I apologize. I know you sent an email and you mentioned that you were waiting on feedback and all that stuff, but I've been juggling 7,000 things here, so I just wanted to call and just check in and see. Is that correct? We're just waiting on multi-lock to get back, or what's the current status?
No, we're waiting on Yale / Sergeant Corbin, et cetera, to see if they will approve providing those locks in black. That's exactly where we are. I've communicated to the factory and them to me 3 times already. And we're just waiting for engineering to either say they will or they won't do it in black.
These are the knobs, you mean, right?
Yeah. The problem is, until I know what lock is going to go on that door, I can't order the multi-lock cylinder for the lock. That's the mortise cylinders, obvious. We know what we're doing. Everything key to like 5 keys, you'll get a key card, but that one cylinder, and plus my multi-lock order is not going until Friday anyway, whether I knew that an hour ago or tomorrow at this time. The PO doesn't get issued till Friday. But multi-lock is not going to be the slow part. They're going to be here much sooner than those locks would be anyway.
And multi-lock can do it in black, right?
So multi-lock are going to do the mortise cylinders in black. The face of the cylinder, they only offer that in chrome. So that small face, which is, not even the size of a nickel, that you basically take a third of it out in the center, that's going to be in a silver color. You might want to look into dressing that up somehow, but they don't do it in any other finish than silver, and that's pretty standard.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about, so does it make sense to try to pursue a different manufacturer than Yale then for these doorknobs?
Oh, sure. The problem is no one offers a grade 1 or 2 in black. Schlage doesn't make one. Best makes one, but the keying system is thoroughly incompatible. Everything they do is small format. I've looked at import companies, and short of going to levers, levers can be done in black, but you can't, that's not going to work on the gate.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll just keep my fingers crossed and look to hear back from you.
Yeah. So my outside rep who covers Florida, his name is Dan. The way that they work is you work through the outside rep who puts it onto a form, and it's called a SPAR, Special Application Request, and then engineering gets that and reviews it. Now, having said that, it may not be completely impossible for you to get locks in in whatever finish, the dark bronze powder coated finish, and you remove the roses, you remove the knobs, and have someone locally powder coat the material. The problem with that is on the stem there is a fixed piece of metal that's exposed that you wouldn't be able to powder coat. So let's say, like here in Florida, like where I am, there's a powder coater that's 3 blocks away from me. The problem with him is he doesn't deal with small parts. He wants to do 20-foot wide gates. But if you found someone who can powder coat, you could probably treat that 3/4 inch length of exposed metal just by hand, because you'll never touch it. You're not going to scratch it. Your keys won't touch it. So that's, and that's why I've said to them, you guys powder coat black. You've got the technology. You can remove those pieces from the locks, hang them on a hook, and powder coat them, because you're already powder coating them black. We just need those parts to run with something else that you're doing in black, like their sister company Rockwood or Pemco, who offers black powder coats. So that's the angle that I'm working. Can we get those parts sent to one of your facilities that can do it? And that collar, I'll show my client what that means, what it looks like, and he can decide whether or not he can tolerate, some sort of process on there. You'll never see it unless you're really looking at it, because it's almost all covered. So that's where I am.
No, that's awesome. I appreciate you looking into it. What is the price of those, by the way? Even if they do it, or we don't know because we don't know if they'll do it.
I have no idea. I don't think it would impact the cost to do it in black. It's more of just a yay nay is where that is.
What's the price on a different finish that they do offer?
So I need to look that up. Let's take a look. Okay. 5305. 40. I don't remember the part number of the grade 2, so bear with me. 40. 05 CK 54. CK. Okay, there it is. Let's look. 05. 05. Driveway 2. No. Yeah, that's what it is. So on the grade, on the standard duty that you'd put on the garage, I don't know the price of that, but I know the heavy duty, that lock itself, that's a $361 lock.
It's 61?
$361, and that would be in their standard finishes, whether it be, you know, the one that's closest is a dark bronze.
Gotcha. Yeah, geez, for that price, you think they should definitely do whatever finish you want. But, man.
Yeah, well, yeah. Multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, cool. Well, yeah, I mean, at least the multi-locks for the, you know, those steel doors where we have the STCs, you know, as soon as we can get those multi-locks, that'd be awesome. I know you're not going to place your order until Friday, but, you know.
Yeah,
at least I can knock that out. Yeah, at least I can knock that out, and then I can, you know, secure the house, and then we can solve this garage door and gate. Hopefully that'll all be resolved by Friday as well. But, you know, anyway. Well, cool. Well, thanks again. Appreciate it, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be in touch. On Friday, I'm going to be, I'll be very reachable, but it won't be by phone because I'm traveling from here to Calgary for classes next week. What's nice going to Canada on Memorial Day is that's not a holiday for them. So they always have a class that week, so I don't have to worry about being in two places at once. So I take advantage of it.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. So anyway, you know, if you don't get me on the phone on Friday, that's because I'm in Alberta. But I will reply to the email that you send.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
I will be in touch.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Hey, man, I can't reply to any of your emails anymore. It's really become frustrating because every single email I send you to R. Howard or the sales, everything just bounces back now all the time. And so I replied to your other emails about your locksmith recommendation, and that bounced back. And I spend the time to try to set it to the other alias, and that bounces back. And it just so I hate to always have to call you, but it's like I don't know how to communicate other than that at this point. But I appreciate you shipping that stuff out. That'd be awesome. The sooner the better on everything would be great. So
yeah,
thanks
absolutely.
for all that.
Yeah. The stuff is here. It looks great. I think it's going to be super cool. You know, it's you got the latest and greatest platform for Multilock. That patent protection runs until the middle of the next decade.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome, and you know, I'd love to nerd out at some point in the future about the technology that's on that thing, but it's bleeding edge is the bottom line.
Okay, well that's awesome, man. Well, super great. I'm excited. I can't wait to get everything finalized. Yeah, and then I guess those knobs will come fairly like in a few weeks or something. Sounds like.
You know, when I pull up the packing list, I will have tracking send you what they have on the shipment of the. I think don't quote me, but I think there are 3 keyed locks or something like that, and then a deadbolt or a thumb turn, something of like that. I just don't recall, but I'll have Heather send you that date, and there you go.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that, because that was another email I replied to. Was you said like send Colin the tracking info, and what she sent was just the invoice or something. It didn't have tracking info on it. So then I tried to reply again, but I wasn't successful. So anyway, but yeah, man, I appreciate that. Thanks so much, Richard. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Okay.
Same to you, sir. Thank you for calling.
All right, take care. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay, so picking up this video and everything that we're working on, in the manufacturer's catalog, it says KIKYA, and that includes, it's a key and knob. KIK means key and knob. KIL, key and lever. But YA means Yale, and in the manufacturer's catalog, that's Multilock, by the way, I'm referring to. Multilock. They indicate that it's compatible with knobs, 5300, 5400 series knobs. That's what I ordered for the client, and the client called and said, this will not work. My locksmith is here and it won't work, as you've just heard. And the client was basically saying that the tailpiece was in the wrong orientation and that it was too long. So when you have a knob lock, the tailpiece is horizontal. When you have a lever lock, the tailpiece is vertical. Because when you have a knob lock, that tailpiece is horizontal. If you ever take note of a lever lock, the key goes in sideways. In order to accomplish that, they literally they rotate the cylinder so the tailpiece now becomes vertical. They had the Multilock's KIKYA, the tailpiece is vertical only. It can't be converted to horizontal operation, which is what you'd need. Now, the client was attempting to describe how his locksmith may be able to physically bend the tailpiece, but wasn't very sure of that, etc. At which point, I said, hold on, let me research it. And what happened was I researched it and asked the manufacturer to explain how the catalog is clearly indicating 53, 5400 series knobs, and that's what we have, a 5400 series knob. And the response was, I don't know if it's something I recorded or not, but that's not right. You need the KIK SC or CH or SH, whatever it was, for Schlage. And I says, well, okay, it makes sense. I mean, I know what you mean there. You mean a cylinder, and if it's for a Schlage knob, it's going to absolutely be horizontal, the tailpiece. I says, well, I ordered the YA because the catalog said that it's compatible. Well, now I know. So I just yesterday, on August 12th, 2022, went to New York and sat with Multilock, an extremely helpful engineer that's there, extremely knowledgeable, possesses absolute knowledge. And we went through not only the KC5 milling machine for cutting the multi-lock keys, but also through the MTL 800 presentation, and then we swapped out that KIK-YA cylinder for the KIK Schlage. And what I have here is the Schlage cylinder. The engineer was able to basically sight read the key for the dimple cuts that were there. Okay, he was able to look at it and basically know what the cuts are. And with a little bit of practice, everybody can. And as he said, it's not science. But what's interesting is just to talk about this key, and I'm not going to go into a full MTL 800 conversation because I'm not actually prepared to have one. You have, and I'm not prepared to have one because I've not studied it enough. You've got 4 elements to this. First of all, you've got a milling that's in the blade itself. That milling is right here. We can see that there's a milling. That's one. The location of that milling is going to have everything to do with the warding that's in the broaching of the cylinder plug. Number 2, it's going to have this series of dimple cuts. And if you know anything about multi-lock, you'll know that there are in each chamber 2 sets of pins. One telescopes inside of the other. So you have an outer cut and an inner cut. Whatever that outer cut is, the inner cut can be -1, I suppose the same, or +1. So it'll be either be a little bit deeper, even, I think, or a little bit shallower. Now, it may be just one deeper and one shallower if you wanted. That's the range. And there are 5 cuts on this. So there are literally a total of 10 pins that are acting in this cylinder. That's the second element. The third element is what would be called the snake cut right here. And that cut actually defines the keyway, amongst other things. There are finger pins inside of this cylinder that have small little posts on them. And when the key's inserted, those little posts ride in that snake track. And when the pins, the little posts from the finger pins, are in the snake track at the proper positioning, the sidebar will then be capable or in a position to rest inside of the gates that are in the finger pins. That's the third element. The fourth element is the alpha spring. That's a double alpha spring that's there, and it's meant to be, it's backwards compatible with the MTL5, and that was the evolution really to make it a double alpha spring. What the double alpha spring is doing is, well, first of all, it's giving you protection against 3D printing because the little alpha spring in here literally moves. When the key's inserted, that alpha spring can dip down around a blockage, and then it can dip back up. And when it dips back up, because it hits a ward inside of there, it will, let's see here now. It will tip up. Then there's a concentric pin that's inside of there that is the final point of needing to be cleared at shear. So there's multiple things happening. The milling, the dimple cuts, the snake cut, and the alpha spring. Making it, I would say, all but pick resistant. Nothing is pick proof, but you've got many elements. It's interesting because the pin tumbler, which there are pin tumblers in this, was invented by the Egyptians about 4,000 years ago, or as my host at Multilock said, I've been doing this for 42 years, because we were talking about pin tumblers, and he said, you know, they figured that out, the Egyptians figured that out 4,000 years ago, and he said, I really ought to be saying 4,042 years. And what's amazing, in a period of 1 hour's time, I received an education equal to 4,042 years of lock evolution. And it's just right here. Now, other manufacturers have their own systems, and they're all a little bit different, and they get to the same place using different paths. But at the end of the day, it's all evolution of that first Egyptian sort of concept of there being pins, and you needing a key to be able to lift the pins so that it was at shear. So anyway, What we are trying to do here is to get the tailpiece put back on horizontally. I have to put on these larger glasses, kick up our light a little bit here. And I'm trying to see if the Yale threaded cap and tailpiece will just fit onto the back of the multi-lock cylinder to save myself the trouble of cutting down the long tailpiece that comes with the Schlage. And you're going to have different length tailpieces because you'll have different knobs. Speaking of Schlage, if you have a Plymouth versus an Orbit knob, the length of that tailpiece is going to be different, no doubt. Yeah, that threaded cap's not going on. So I'm going to see if the Yale it looks like it'll fit. The Yale threaded cap, pardon me, the Yale tailpiece will go into, yeah, it looks like this will work. So the Yale tailpiece I literally put in the back of this kick, what they call a kick Schlage, and that should work perfectly. The cap is on, it is set, it is now horizontal. Okay. I'm going to put it back into the knob, and hopefully this works because we actually didn't put it in there before I left. But that was done because it was absolutely understood or believed that it would work. And I'm literally doing it here on the camera. I don't know the hand of this lock. I do know this. I'm looking at an image from the client. Yeah. This is a oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking at an image. This is a right-hand door. The purpose is I want to put the lock back together in the proper right-hand orientation. So that, well, turns out it doesn't matter with this lock now, does it? Because that key is a convenience key. It can go in either side. Does not matter. That's okay, but nonetheless, here we are. When the key is vertical, okay, so multi-lock can go in, it goes in horizontally, the key enters it. It can go in this way or this way. It's called the convenience. If you have you know, a Ford vehicle from the 80s, or those were convenience keys. With a typical pin tumbler cylinder, let's say by Schlage, the teeth need to go up, and that's why I was thinking about handing it. But this can go in either way. Okay, so we're going to put this back together, because what's going to happen is I'm going to put this lock into a box, and we're going to send it back to the client. Bear with me. This is going to happen. The issue is I need to have the key in and turned slightly so that I can get the knob pushed all the way down and the tailpiece engaged. So that I can rotate, so I can depress this stop. There we go, I think. Depress the locking tab. face of the cylinder does not appear to be coming through the face of the knob. Okay. That's very strange. Why isn't that working? It works. Definitely locked. It's good. It works. Turn that light down a little bit. Okay. We have a multi-lock cylinder. That would be, according to the manufacturer, for a Schlage. We have this installed in a Yale lock. Cylinder requires a little bit of playing with it when you insert the key, which is something I need to determine exactly why. Huh. Let's play with that. We cut one key while we were there, and I'm noticing that that key is the one that needs to be played with a little bit and pulled out ever so slightly. But the original key seems to work just fine. Okay, so I'm going to say that this project is solved. This is a 5300 CK from Yale, grade 1. It's a grade 1 knob. I don't know where these are being manufactured. You know, it is what it is. It's a heavy lock. I'm not super thrilled with this. It's like I can hear something inside of there moving as if there were pins that did not have springs in them. I shouldn't hear any sound at all from that cylinder. I definitely can. Which might be, actually it might be okay that we can, because I think that eccentric pin actually may not have a spring in it. Just going to take this cylinder out of the trim. It's a tight fit, that's to be sure. That's why I want to be sure I send this back to the client fully reassembled. Because even if someone who sells locks, like myself, yeah, there's something moving in there. I'm not happy with how that's working. Well, I do know that there's an anti-drill ball bearing inside of here. That's probably what I'm hearing. I put that key in. Uh-huh. You know what? It would make sense because I used that Yale tailpiece on the back. I think the plug is moving ever so slightly. I believe that that's what it is. So let's put the proper tailpiece on from the factory. And that's when you're troubleshooting a problem, I have found, and this is probably the problem, that you need to question what's changed. What have I done that's different than it would otherwise be? So what I was trying to do, because locksmiths are lazy, aren't we all? I was trying to get away from having to cut this down by using the one that came from Yale, nice little short tailpiece. And I think, yeah, when I put that original tailpiece back in, it works without flaw. Yeah, both keys. Okay. So, because I know that this tailpiece is just going to be too long, yeah, definitely, I'm going to have to cut that down. So I'm going to need to cut it down to like the first line that's here. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut that down, and we'll get it assembled. Just an issue of someone not putting my hacksaw back where it was supposed to be. It's always fun. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to remove that. Looking good. Put that back together. There's no shortcuts in this, and I tried a shortcut. It's the saying, shortcuts make long delays. Wow, that works. Works great. Okay. Just putting the lock cylinder back into the knob. Need a rosette back on. Key's going to go in. Actually, it's nice not to have to think about the hand. Because of the fact that the key goes in horizontally. Yeah, I got it. Pretty sure. Yeah, oh yeah. It's definitely locked in place. Key goes in and turns immediately without trouble. As does the duplicate key. Works perfectly. Always locked. It's a storeroom function. It's a 05. Key goes in, rotates the retracting hub that will pull the latch bolt back. We're in good shape. This will get back to the client, and there you go. We will continue on. What follows is a project that I've been working on with this client for a very long time, a year and a half. And the client did some welded steel custom doors made out of tube steel with big giant side lights. And the original call was, hey, I need a way to lock these doors that I'm having made. Okay, so those are going to be tube steel that's been cut and welded together. Well, that's cool. We ended up doing electrified or electric deadbolts that have cylinder retraction as well. But then that initial supply of material evolved into some additional stuff. And some of that additional stuff was the client wanted to be able to have his access control system be able to know what's going on, not only at those exterior doors. There were two or three of those exterior welded tube steel door and side light openings, and they were 4 foot by 9 foot, big giant 2-inch tube steel, 2x2, with nothing but glass in there, so it's going to look really cool. But he wanted access control to work on his garage door as well, so what we ended up doing is getting him an electric strike, a Von Duprin 6200 WF. And we are able to do latch bolt monitoring in it, lock status monitoring, well, basically keeper monitoring, so we know if the keeper's open or closed, and we know if the latch bolt is present, and then also actually operating the electric strike via access control is writing back to opening it via his access control hardware, a push button, a card reader, whatever it is. All that's being written back to his access control software, so he knows what's going on. When were these events triggered? What he ended up needing was, of course, the electric strike rather than an electrified lock or whatever it was. He also then wanted a high security cylinder system and was going to use this from somebody. I don't recall who, but I offer that. And he wanted to use something extremely cool, like Obloy. Extremely cool. Or actually, no, it wasn't Obloy. I think it was just Medico. He started out with Medico. And we spoke about that, and what he was going to use, what his local locksmith was supplying him was just Medico biaxial, or Medico 3, something that's no longer under patent protection. I said, well, that system is great. Medico, in fact, owns about 75% of the North American high security market. Here's an option. So I distribute Multilock, and Multilock, the MTL 800, has patent protection until late 2030s, like 2039. It has multiple elements acting on the key. It has dimple cuts with telescoping pins. So there's a cut within there's a dimple within a dimple. There's also a snake track to it, which controls sliding finger pins. There's also a movable element or an active element, which is hyper cool, and that thwarts 3D printing, whereas the Medico technically wouldn't. Medico is great material, period, end of sentence. Everything about Medico is top quality people. And I'm not just being boisterous or disingenuously emphatic. I'm telling you from actual experience, the people at Medico are the best of the best. Turns out Multilock's not too shabby, and I distribute Multilock, so we were able to supply Multilock cylinders. You'll know it if you ever see a logo like this. That's Multilock. If you see a logo on a deadbolt or a cylinder, or a key, that's Multilock. So we were able to supply him Multilock mortise cylinders for those key retracting electric deadbolts, and in his Yale Grade 1 knob, which is what is going to work with this Von Duprin strike. Now, the problem that he's got is the guy who installed the electric strike didn't put it at the proper vertical center line in relationship to where the latch bolt is off. Something's off. And what follows is my suggestions as to how to go about potentially solving it. So let's take a look. This is a YouTube video that the client has sent me, and I'm going to let this start. It's about 2 minutes, and we'll just record the screen because I don't have the original MP4 file.
Hey Richard, I'm taking a video of this door wide angle here, so it looks a little distorted, but I think it'll be easier for you to see. So this is the door to the garage. This is the front door with the SDC bolt lock on it, which of course the sun's shining through here, so you can't really see, but that's my low voltage wire that I'm going to run through the door in order to secure this and operate that bolt lock later. But back to this door, specifically on the strip on the ceiling. If you notice, this has got the Von Duprin strike in it. So the door actually has this much play, which is pretty substantial. You know, it has this whole air gap all the way around. It even has an air gap over here on the hinge side. And then on the bottom also is a pretty big air gap. I can't quite fit my foot under it, but it's pretty sizable. So, you know, again, Von Duprin's installed. I'm not sure, maybe the Von Duprin should have been shifted back a little further. That would have pulled the door closer so that it wouldn't have as much play. It's a pretty big amount of play. I mean, it's a whole almost finger width here. Looks like a ½ inch if I had to guess. So again, I'm not, again, I use Cawthorns for locksmith, but the guy that came out, I don't know that he really is as savvy as we might want, especially if our discussion with this Yale lock, if he was not able to get that fully figured out. But anyway, this is a long enough video. I'll send this up to you, but let me know about the ceiling door, and I'll ship this Yale lock and the multi-lock here with it in just a bit. So thanks so much.
And what follows is simply my suggestions on how to solve the problem. Let's take a closer look. So Colin, I'm looking at your video, and you really strike at the heart of the matter here.
Druprin's installed. I'm not sure, maybe the Von Druprin should have been shifted back a little further. That would have pulled the door closer so that it wouldn't have as much play.
And that is the heart of the matter. When you install a lock set and a strike onto a door and frame, where well, in your application, you've got, okay, here's the jamb, this is your soffit, this is the rabbet, your electric strike is in here. Now, in the edge of your door, you want to strike the center line of the latch bolt with the proper relationship of the keeper inside the area where the latch bolt will reside. And there's no doubt that there is something not right about the positioning of that. My first answer is to remove the strike and do what we call a Dutchman. Pack that back with wood, glue it, let that sit, make it solid again, and then remortise and remachine everything, repaint everything after you've planed and sanded and primed and all that stuff. So you would basically blank all that out and just start over and get it in the right location. Now, having said that, that's pretty extreme. I would also be extremely tempted to suggest that you consider some gasketing, and I'm going to pull up some options to show you here. Now, everything that Jessica gave you is good. I mean, it works. It's going to be acceptable. I would kind of like everything that she also gave you was surface mounted. You're going to see the material. This Q102 kerf, that's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to likely do that at all. So ignore that. Yeah, this option here is surface mounted. I don't love that. I don't want to see it, in fact. There's another option here. This is something that it's meant to go in the edge of a door, but I suppose you could consider, well, you may be able to consider getting a bit exotic about it, just to make this quick. Like I said, quick. Here's your door. Okay. Now, what if you did that? Gap would be closer. And then installed that bubble weather stripping there and screwed it here. You would have to mortise the door. I mean, well, that's not shown very well. That's going to come out like this. you'll screw it in here. That's an idea. I think it's, again, extreme. You would do that to multiple sides. We could also do this sort of concept with a spring in here so that you could adjust the projection of the material. That would be that'd be extreme in my opinion. So I wouldn't necessarily go with that. Now, what you could do easily is buy these rolls of polyurethane foam tape. The reason I like them is because they're different thicknesses and different widths. Okay, this material is cheap too, and my thinking is what you could do attach it right here. It's self-adhesive, you know. Eventually you're going to have to replace it because you'll make contact with it. The different thicknesses are nice because you may not have the same gap over here that you do here. Hard to say. It's foam, so it's going to compress down nicely. You know, so low-hanging fruit. This is your low-hanging fruit. Putting that foam material on to the opening, and I think that might be the way to go. Now, absolutely, you can attach this surface-mounted material, and you can get it in black. This type of concept. There's lots of concepts of surface-mounted material. There's also something else I wanted to show you that is here, made by Zero, and I'll have to find the part number because I don't recall exactly. And what I'm showing you here is you could install something like this right in the margin. You know, it would have to go on the stop of the frame. Pardon me, it'd have to go on the rabbet of the frame. This double bat wing might work as well. Okay. Part on the rabbet, part on the face of the stop, on the stop face. That material's self-adhesive. When I come up with this idea originally, I was thinking this winged material here, 1/2 inch wide. You may be able to get that right to the face of the jam. Obviously, this concept here is what we talked about earlier, just in a silicone. Well, actually, this would be silicone. Durable, but very soft. So I think it could solve the problem. You could also get into some neoprene, which is going to be less cellulose, so it's not going to compress nearly as much. Would certainly be more durable, that's for sure. Different sizes, as you can see here, available in this type of material. So you might want to consider that. You could also do this pile, but you know, that's what you're going to want to have is something installed such that when you pull the door shut, the weather stripping is going to push the door back and keep it secure against the keeper of the electric strike. Now, what would be super ideal is if the electric strike had shims available in it, and they don't, to the best of my knowledge. I'm going to, let's actually take a look. I'm going to pull up the Von Duprin electric strike catalog here and see what we can, that's not it. So I don't recall your strike, 6213 possibly, whatever it is. But what I'm driving at is, it would be nice to be able to have a shim. You know, maybe you can make one. If you were to, your strike's not this one. I don't recall the part number of the strike, but if you were to drill and tap holes into the backside of the keeper and then install a thin piece of metal like a shim to it, that could possibly solve the problem. That keeper is likely made of stainless, although you can disassemble it to where you may have a machinist be able to do that work on the inside of the keeper. Then you could come up with different pieces of material. That's a wood frame, so you probably have a 6211 WF, yeah. You may have this strike. So that's a concept. I didn't invent that concept. That concept exists by other people, but it's probably going to be least expensive to simply slap on some foam gasketing and be done with it. What I would want to see happen is that the frame get Dutchmaned and remortised in the proper location. That's the bottom line. That's my official opinion. But in reality, that may not be even remotely what you're up for after being in the construction biz. Now that you're a general contractor on top of your full-time job for the last year or year and a half or whatever it's been. Hopefully some of these solutions will work. Let me know what to get in play and we'll get it going for you. Again, thank you for watching, and if you've enjoyed this video, please click thumbs up, please subscribe, and maybe even send the video to someone that you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I just had a quick question for you. That's a little just random one, but I've almost got my badge access set up for my front door, and I will send you a video and everything once I have that working. So that's going to be totally amazing. Took me forever, but we're finally here. And the locksmith came out, that guy from Cothran's had come out. He's come out a few times to install those, most recently to install the upgraded multi-lock cylinders. And, that guy, I mean, he's kind of the guy for the area. He's fine. He's a nice guy. I don't think he did, like, to your point on the Von Duprin, when we were looking at that together, like, I don't think he did a great job. Like, he could have done a little bit better. But one of the things it seemed like he did well was he got the mortise cylinder turned in on the outside of the door, I think, better than I did. And what I mean by that is I'm just going to email you a couple photos here to show you what I'm talking about. But the mortise cylinder has like a little spacer ring on it, and you twist that thing in to install it, and you twist and twist and twist, and then eventually you use a little set screw to kind of hold it in place so that an intruder could like just turn it and remove it and then gain access, right? But the point is it turns and turns and turns, and then eventually, and you're having to turn it with just the rim of the mortise cylinder, and in a way, the spacer ring of that multi-lock actually kind of gets in your way because it's actually it's kind of sloped, and it actually moves forward as well on the outside ring. Again, the picture will probably make it easier for you to follow, which it should be sending here in a second. I think it just sent. But my point is I couldn't turn it any further, and so now that spacer ring kind of it's like it moves out, like you can kind of pull it out towards you and expose the cylinder behind it. And it makes me think it probably turns further than that, but it won't turn any further. Like I have to kind of grip it with my fingertips on the outside of the thing. And I Googled if there's like a mortise cylinder wrench or something. It would have to be a very like thin tool that like could somehow fit behind the spacer ring like that and allow you to turn that. But I was just curious if you knew how that works, because you kind of always know everything, honestly.
Well, I mean, it could just be that it requires, and I bump into it all the time, more hand strength than the tips of your fingers can summon. I mean, I'm not able to summon the amount of strength in all instances to remove something without a bigger hammer, so to speak. A cylinder wrench would not be appropriate because that's actually meant to remove cylinders in a somewhat destructive way. So is the cylinder trim ring still loose on the face of the door? Is that what it is?
Yeah, and I can send you a video that'd be easier, but the pictures I sent you will show you that you can, normally, like the way it's sitting right now, if you look at it, you don't touch it, it looks like it's totally good, and it actually operates totally fine also. But if you grab the ring and you pull it towards you, it actually, it will pull towards you because there is still space there. And maybe it's designed that way. Maybe it's never supposed to sit flush. But it seems like I could have sworn that when the guy left, originally that spacer ring was a problem, which, you know, you sent me a different size inside thumb turn, an 1/8 inch longer. And my steel guy had made some spacer rings for us, like custom. But that one that's on the outside, I could have sworn once we put the multi-lock in there, I was like, wow, this spacer ring actually works perfectly. And it didn't seem to twist or anything. And maybe he put like a little bit of like glue or something behind it, and that's what he did to kind of keep it there. But when I pulled it off the other day, and then put it back on, this is as good as I could get it while still making it, obviously, you know, having the proper orientation and everything.
It's certainly supposed to be loose, and that's by design, so that if someone were to try to put a pipe wrench on the head of that cylinder, they're going to grab the trim ring and it's going to turn. It's meant to be loose within a reasonable margin, though. 1 revolution or 2 revolutions of the cylinder. That's all. You'll get to a point where you can tighten it all the way down, but you can't go all the way down because you can't get it to come back to where you need the key, in that case, a horizontal key. So you got to back it off a 1/2, 3/4, or 1/4 revolution, resulting in a trim ring that's slightly loose on the door, but that is the way it's designed. You can never get the cylinder you can almost never get the cylinder turned perfectly so that it doesn't, it's not marginally very tiny, a small amount loose. If you're off by more than a 1/16 or an 1/8 of an inch, yeah, a different cylinder collar would be the case.
Or maybe it does need to turn further, and I just that's I think where I'm kind of at is just maybe it needs to be turned further. To your point, sorry.
Does it turn freely in the counterclockwise direction?
It does, although as you tighten it, it had a couple places along that journey that it somewhat seizes a little bit, and you know, with a little bit of pressure, you can push through it, and then it's super loose again, and then it's all good, you know.
And who installed it originally?
It was Cothran's.
Okay, so
and I could call them back out. I was just trying to avoid, you know, $300 or $400 charge here.
Well, absolutely. What you're describing is an instance where something's been cross-threaded to where you can get it down to the point where it's good, but because you've cross-threaded the cylinder, the threading, the tapping on the inside of the lock body, there'll be a point where you can no longer summon the strength because of the reduced amount of surface area you're grabbing onto to turn that because you're rethreading something. I'm not saying that's what happened, but if you listen to the words if I listen to the words that you've said, cross-threading is possible. If the cylinder is absolutely parallel to the face of the door, then it's not cross-threaded. But if it is skewed ever so slightly, then it may be cross-threaded, at which point I would remove the cylinder from the door, I would remove the lock body out of the door, and I would inspect all of that and determine why you can't get it to go down any further.
Okay. Got it.
Cross-threading happens to even the best of us, but it's, you know, it happens to the best of us. It hasn't happened to me in 29 years, so.
Well, if it totally functions the way it is, should I just leave it, you think?
I think because it functions and you're happy with the security and it all works, I might go on to something more pressing and then go back when you have time to inspect it, because it will involve removing it. First, removing the faceplate, loosening the set screw, unthreading this mortise cylinder, removing the entire lock, and inspecting why it doesn't go down further. Maybe it's bottoming out into the back of the cylinder inside of the lock itself, which I don't think so, because you'd have that case on all the installations.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's good advice. I appreciate it. I will continue to check on it. I'll definitely do that too and remove it and check it out when I have a little bit more time. It's good advice.
Yeah. How loose is the ring? How much space can you stick between the face of the door and the trim ring when it's pulled tight to the underside of the cylinder?
Well, did you? I don't know if you have access to your email right now, but I did send you a picture of it.
I'm in. Let's see here. Let's take a looky. Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? It is a bit of a problem because I just opened the door and it was floating outward here. I would say it's 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah. So trim rings are going to come in either 1/16 of an inch margins or 1/8 of an inch margins or differences, and it's going to have to be a decision where you absolutely first inspect the problem because there may be something that's obvious. A lot of people, before they install cylinders into those things, locksmiths will have the die that goes with the hardware, the die, like if you're going to tap a hole, make threads, they'll have the die and they'll run that through the lock to clear out any micro burrs because you're threading brass into steel and it's easy to cross-thread that. So they'll clean out those threads just to make sure it goes in super smooth. But I have myself found that as I tighten in a mortise cylinder more and more and more and more, it's as if there's a buildup or clogging between those micro 32 thread per inch threads, making it more difficult as the further I thread it in. So inspecting it first is the thing to do.
Okay, got it. And then, sorry, if I do see some, like, what the threads look a little damaged or something, what do I do? I mean, is there any way to fix that?
No, you could have the guy. You could tell the guy, listen, I inspected it. It's clearly cross-threaded. He could come back with his die and try to repair it. Just try to run the die in there correctly to recross-thread everything. But at that, at that point, could be the problem is the wall thickness is extremely thin that the threads are cut into, and you might just, if it happens to be cross-threaded, you might leave it and just get a thicker cylinder collar so that as to not aggravate. You got two expensive pieces of hardware. That's the bottom line. That's what I'm driving at. You don't want to replace either of them.
Yeah.
Nor will it be necessarily easy to get someone to admit that they cross-threaded something.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, one other. I really appreciate. Yeah, really good advice, and really appreciate that. Hey, one last thing I was going to ask you is just, I was thinking more about this. Do you think I should order an extra one of these SDC locks in that custom? Remember how it kind of got made incorrectly originally, but then they made the doors in line with that non-standard size? Do you think I should just get an extra anyway? Because, for the sheer fact of, like, let's say I have a problem 5 years from now and I don't have another one of those, and those doors are specifically designed for that lock. SDC goes out of business, or I don't know, whatever. They stop making that product.
Yeah.
Do you think I should just have an extra on hand?
So, no, I don't. However, I don't because because it wouldn't make sense to have all of it. You could make an argument to say, you know what, get me an extra solenoid, because if there's a lightning strike or a power surge, the bolt ain't going to break. The plastic part that throws that retracts the bolt back, the whole drive mechanism that they had to remake, none of that's going to break. That'll last 100 years, especially in your instance with it being residential and never used except in emergency. If you were to do anything, order a solenoid, but I wouldn't rush to do it. Maybe at some point in the next year or so, order one to have it. But by the time you need it, Colin, you'll forget where you put it. But it would be a power outage that would cause a problem, and I would suggest only spending money for a solenoid and only one because it's rare.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool, man. Thank you again. Appreciate it. And thanks for the advice on this cross-threading. I think the weather stripping is finally coming today, so I should be able to get that installed as well. Or at least I thought I saw a shipping notice.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm literally in London, so I'm not.
Oh wow, really? Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Are you on vacation?
I see your pic. No, I wouldn't say I'm on vacation. Oh, I'm here for work. I'm meeting a guy who manufactures automatic door bottoms. But I decided because of the extreme time change, at least extreme for me, that I needed to divide that out over many days, and because it's hard getting up, it's hard falling asleep on time, when you're so shifted.
Oh man, I know.
So, yeah. Well, if
that's awesome.
You've gone further, and you have. I mean, you're already. Are you in mountains time there?
I'm central.
Oh, central. That's not so awful. Yeah, central is all right. So if you were to, and I'm looking at your picture, if you were to pull the ring completely towards you and make sure that the gap, is even around its circumference, you're just at a point now where it's remove that cylinder, remove the faceplate. No, actually, you don't have to remove the faceplate. You just loosen the set screw that's there, so that you can then loosen that about 2 or 3 revolutions. Then you can unthread your mortise cylinder and inspect what the heck's going on with it. Find out why that's the story.
That's a good idea. Yep, I'll do that. That's easy. Cool. Well, Richard, thanks again, man. Have a great trip in Europe, and I look forward to chatting with you here when you're back, all right?
Hey, thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. Take care. See ya.
Again, thank you for watching, and if you've enjoyed this video, please click thumbs up, please subscribe, and maybe even send the video to someone that you know. Thank you.